Part 40. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 392. Ji Chang's really regarded those foreigners as big pies falling from the sky. Otherwise, just to see the filming equipment and communicate with people, you need to go to the hotel and have a heart-to-heart communication with others at the dinner table. Although this level is nothing to Ji Chang's, right? But it's definitely still troublesome. But now it's completely different. He doesn't need to go to book a room or order food in advance. Even after the people arrive, Smith, who holds the idea that the money has been spent anyway, since he spent the money, he must take the opportunity to make connections, will be eager to go. Find ways to communicate with each other. Although he communicated very seriously and worked hard. But so be it. Ji Chang's never had the heart to tell the other person because he was an investor in his movie. No matter how hard he tried to communicate, others' favorability increased towards his movie. In other words, Smith worked so hard, but all he ended up doing was making a wedding dress for Ji Chang's. How could Ji Chang's not feel like this was pie in the sky? In his opinion, the pie not only fell down, but also jumped directly into his mouth very considerately. Sometimes he felt tired from eating, so he cut the pie into pieces and heated it by himself. It can be said that he is a very serious and dedicated person. In 2 days, they had 5 meals for them. Mr. Jin once said something to Ji Chang's with emotion after a dinner, such as, "The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead." The implication is that he didn't expect Ji Chang's to be so willing to spend money. He ate and drank every meal in this expensive restaurant. And apart from being unskilled in business the first time, at that time, Smith was still distressed about the 10,000 yuan meal and the equipment worth at least 100,000 yuan. Every time after having a meal, he would arrange for someone to drive the person who was being treated. Send it back. With such thoughtfulness, huge financial resources, expensive hotels, and luxury cars, everyone believed that this crew was a super rich one. Smith probably never dreamed that in the Chinese entertainment circle, these insiders invited by Mr. Jin would always treat him and Ji Chang's as a whole. No matter how good his performance is, most people will think that this crew is really sincere and has deep pockets. Different from the current entertainment environment in foreign countries, they generally rarely live in this kind of environment. At that time, I wanted to establish a good relationship with the big investors of the crew. After all, if someone invites you to dinner, why do you poach someone? How unethical is that? Some people may do this, but Mr. Jin really wants to help, and he knows that Ji Chang's has a naive and simple temper, and he does not dare to find those old foxes or those with character problems. Otherwise, if other people's children come to him for help, because the person he introduced is not good enough and he cheats the other party, isn't he doing something bad with good intentions? Mr. Jin has never been ill-intentioned, but he is not less ill-intentioned in this regard. So, after 5 meals in 2 days, the food alone cost 50,000 yuan. He specially asked his assistant to come over as a translator. He worked hard to open the business with a smile on his face every day, and Smith, who was about to say something bad, unfortunately said it for 2 days. Not even a fat sheep could be caught. On the 3rd day, almost all the people were invited, and Smith was almost autistic. "You know, the money should have been spent on China because I didn't expect it to be so expensive to show off in China." In addition, Ji Chang's operation of tearing off the packaging was really too cool. As a result, they used up their country's budget in China so many days in advance. In the past few days, treating guests to dinner, renting a room, and calling a car were all done with Smith's own money. How can I not feel pain? How can you not feel distressed? The smile on his face has become increasingly fake to the naked eye recently. After losing his money, it is really difficult to ensure the trueness of his smile. Ji Chang's pretended not to see it. On the morning of the 3rd day, he opened the door and urged Smith. "Mr. Smith, it's time to go buy equipment today. Are you up?" The young student had been socializing for 2 days, and he didn't look tired at all. He stood at the door and rang the doorbell. Smith, who was in the house, felt a sharp pain in his heart when he heard the doorbell. He huddled on the sofa with a grimace and refused to get up. The assistant who worked with him last night to check the accounts and plan the next plan urged him, "I want to go. The door is open. Get up quickly and put on a good show." They have always attached great importance to the appearance of wealthy people. After all, no matter which country they are in, when it comes to clothes, there are no rich people who have a wretched temperament and are timid. Smith was dizzy and huddled on the sofa without wanting to get up. "I don't want to face that Chinese student. He is really good at spending money. Every day when he wakes up, everything he opens his mouth to say is, 'It's spending money.' I've spent so much of my savings now, where can I still have money for him to spend?" The assistant actually thinks so too. "I have long heard that there are many rich people in China. Some of the rich second generation will be sent to live abroad by their parents. They have a lot of money. To say that he spends money like water is an understatement. But I didn't expect that the second generation of rich people in China would be like this." In addition to dinner parties these days, Ji Chang's often takes them to the shopping mall to buy things. The key is that every time he buys something, he has to remove the labels and packaging. He does it in a generous and calm manner. It is always difficult for them to go, "Stop him. You've already spent so much money. If you don't go now to entertain him, won't the previous money be wasted?" As the assistant spoke, he suddenly frowned. "But why do I feel that he seems to have deliberately left you in the mall to pull noodles recently, as if just to make you spend money?" Smith was stunned and looked up. He said, "Is that so?" "Yes, his behavior is really, especially like deliberately letting us enter the shopping mall to spend money. Logically speaking, he is a kid from a rich family, why should he pay attention to this? I always feel that something is wrong." The more the assistant thought about it, the more he felt that he had missed something, so he stopped trying to persuade Smith, and instead said cautiously, "Wait a little longer, wait until Ji Chang's is about to go out, then go downstairs, and then I will come and check on him." As liars, while they deceive people, they are also a little sensitive to what is wrong with others. Although Ji Chang's didn't know what was being said, he had not concealed his behavior these days. He was already prepared for Smith and others to guess his intentions. Just like what Ji Chang said to those silly spore classmates, he has been so confident in the past 2 days because the other party has invested too much money in him. If it is interrupted at this time, they will not be able to get back any of the previous money. So the more they spent, the more natural and unobtrusive Ji Chang's attitude became. "What are you trying to cover up?" Even if he does reveal some flaws, these people will automatically hypnotize themselves in order to prevent themselves from losing the money they had previously made. He didn't get a response, but he guessed that the person in the room must not have heard but didn't want to come out, so he continued to ring the doorbell patiently. "Mr. Smith, Mr. Smith, are you there? Guess it's almost time. It's time for him to find someone to help him." On the field, Ruan Hung seemed to be passing by the room and asked in a normal voice, "Nagaze, isn't Mr. Smith here?" "I don't know. I came here right after I woke up. Did I go downstairs to have breakfast?" Ji Chang stopped ringing the doorbell and said to Ruan Hung, "Since Mr. Smith is not here, forget it. We have agreed on a time today and we will not be late. Then I will go directly to buy those equipment." "Ruan Hung, you see? Go to Smith, sir, remember to tell him that I was out." After he finished speaking, he walked directly towards the elevator entrance without saying anything else exciting. Ruan Hung was just pulled over to be a supporter, and he was a little confused when he received Ji Chang's response, but when he saw the other party striding away without looking back, he glanced at Smith's room door and quickly followed him. When he entered the elevator, he asked, "Why did you leave just as you said you were going to leave?" "You have." Ji Chang's glanced at him, and Ruan Hung suddenly remembered that there was surveillance in the elevator, so he could only whisper in the other person's ear, "You don't have any money, why didn't you say something else just now?" What made him come out? It would be so embarrassing if you went out to buy something and found out at the end that you had no money. Ji Chang's was still leisurely. After getting out of the elevator, he said slowly, "Otherwise you are the one who was deceived, and I am the one who stayed awake all the time. Do you think scammers just do everything possible to coax the other person to take money? Let me tell you, if you really want someone to take money smoothly, it is definitely not begging him and threatening him, but showing that you don't need him." Money. Ruan Hung was stunned for a while after hearing this. "You don't need him?" "No, if you don't ask him for it, how can he give it to you?" The fair-looking young man who looked like a good student at first glance glanced at him. This is the relationship between the needy and the supply and demander. In a relationship, the needy must be at a disadvantage, because he needs the supply and demander. What he has on his body, rather than what the supplier and demander wants him to do. If I want people to hand over money to me voluntarily and with a stable mentality, the best way is to turn myself into a supply and demander even if I am the one in need, so as to achieve the goal of even if it is me. If I don't take the initiative to ask for it, the other party will be eager to give me the money." Ruan Hung. He understood, but it was a bit too hard for a simple college student like him to understand why this passage was formed in this way. "Wait until you sit down at the dining table. Several other students have arrived as expected." Ruan Hung said this, and the silly spores were fooled again today. Kuiju did have some brains and figured it out. "Nagaze, don't you mean that you were the one who was supposed to beg people to do things and get money, but you let yourself have what Smith and the others wanted, so now you have become the one they have to ask for? You. The more you show that you are not interested in their money, the more uneasy they feel, and the more they feel that this is true, because a person who comes here for money will not have such an indifferent attitude, but the more I will give you money." After he finished speaking, he made sure, "Is this what you mean?" Ji Chang's took a sip of coffee and nodded, "You can teach me." Kuiju. Not really. The main reason was that he had been staring at the other party before and had a clear and thorough understanding of Ji Chang's methods. Perhaps those students who have not seen much of the world and the thousands of tricks used by liars would not be able to understand that paragraph alone, but Kuiju can almost understand it as long as he combines it with what Ji Chang's has done before. Is this the method you used on your younger brothers before? Obviously they have collected money, but they act like the number of people who can give money is limited. This makes them go crazy and keep sending money, and they are afraid that you won't agree to accept it." Ji Chang's laughed and said, "You are right to say that." Kuiju. Really? He knew it? Ji Chang's had indeed played tricks on those younger brothers before. Seeing his face full of look, I said so. Ji Chang's put down the coffee cup and said with a smile as if nothing had happened, "Let me teach you something else. People are like this. If what you want is completely indifferent to others, they will involuntarily feel a sense of awe towards this person." He gave an analogy. "It's like those foreigners. When we met them on the first day, the hotel where we stayed at had free massages and fruit platters. We all went. Didn't they even move a thing, even if those things were worth hundreds of dollars in total?" The students nodded. Ji Chang's concluded, "This is how they show that they don't care about these things at all. It confirms their identity as a wealthy person from the side, and at the same time, it allows you to unconsciously draw a connection with them in your heart. Keep a distance and think that their status is higher than ours. Did that hotel give him a card that gave him free massages for 30 years? If someone told you the next day that they wanted to defraud you of a fruit platter and a massage service, would you believe it? Even if they told you that they wanted to defraud you of a free massage service for 30 years, you would definitely not believe it. Letter. The 7 silly spores nodded after hearing this, and also gave a summary after the class, because subconsciously, we feel that they don't care about these things at all, so even if they really give us a free massage for 30 years, we will not think that it belongs to them. Purpose. Then, the other party can directly and logically get the opportunity of free massage for 30 years, and also make others think that he only accepted this gift casually. Seeing that the 7 people understood, Ji Changs continued, assuming that their purpose is massage cards, then they are the needers, and the hotel is the supplier and demander, but they showed an attitude towards massage as optional, and showed with huge financial resources, in order to attract customers and let them come and stay in their hotels frequently in the future, the hotel offered to give massage cards. At this time, the relationship between the two parties changed. Smith and the others became supply and demanders, and the hotel became a needer. Not only did the hotel have a better attitude, but they also offered discounted rooms, and also gave away a 30-year-old massage card for free. But Smith and the others achieved their goal without making anyone think that they came just for the massage card. The hotel even thought that they could successfully give out the card for free, which was a successful case of promoting its own hotel. Otherwise, it is said that people rely on clothes and gold. The same goes for talking. This kind of words made Kuiju sound like a country liar's serial scheme. But when it comes to Ji Chang's words, what is a needer, what is a supplier and what is a demander, what is a relationship exchange, and what is a successful promotion? When these words are added together, it makes people feel completely different. It's so lofty and mysterious that it makes people want to take out a small notebook to take notes. Even Kuiju, who has been observing Ji Chang's, who once hated his deceptive methods and all kinds of deceptive methods, would look at him with yearning and admiration that he was not even aware of. You are so awesome, how do you know this? Ji Chang's took a sip of coffee and asked Kuiju with a good attitude, you want to learn? Huh. Kuiju nodded wildly. Ji Chang's, I mainly rely on self-study to become a talented person. After he finished speaking, he added, don't fantasize about yourself after hearing what I say. It's easy to sum up this kind of thing, but if you want to really do it, the right time and place are indispensable, and you also need someone? A brain that can adapt at any time. Upon hearing this, the 7 students immediately became filled with enthusiasm. Ji Chang's was very satisfied when he saw this. He praised them, actually, it's quite good for you to be like this. Do you know who among so many people falls the deepest? The 7 silly spores shook their heads. Ji Chang's, those are people who are obviously not smart but still think they are smart and think they are smart. Such people are often the ones who are most likely to fall into trouble. The second person who is prone to stumble is the really smart people. Just because they are smart, they are too arrogant in many things. The people who are least likely to fall are those who know they have no brains and will not force themselves to do smart things. After finishing speaking, he concluded with a smile, so it's good for you to be like this, at least it's safe. I'll go get some fruit from the buffet. You guys can eat first. Ji Chang's walked away for more than 10 seconds before Kuiju Ki suddenly reacted, did Ji Chang's just say that we have no brains? Others, it seems so. But the amazing thing is that they are not very angry. After confirming that Ji Chang's had indeed roundaboutly called them stupid just now, he started eating as if nothing had happened. Kuiju stared blankly at the classmates who were eating as if nothing had happened. He almost wondered if he was making too much of a fuss. No, you are not angry at all after being called brainless. When Ji Chang's was like this in the past, wouldn't you all slap the table and blush? Otherwise, why doesn't everyone like Ji Chang's very much? This man is really good at pretending. He has a different face in front of his parents and teachers, another face to the female classmates in school, and he still has the same face when he meets his younger brothers. But to these male classmates, his true nature was really exposed. He did those messy things outside, and when he came back to school, he didn't study hard and often made sarcastic comments to his classmates. When looking at a person, it seems as if there is a line of big characters written in each of the two eyes. Left, I am number one in the world. Right, you are all idiots. A horizontal mark between the eyebrows, a bunch of rubbish. Such an attitude, Ji Chang's interpersonal relationships. It's weird if it's good. But this time, Ji Chang still had the same attitude as you idiots combined are not as smart as me, I am the smartest in the world, but no one thought there was anything wrong. When asked by Kuiju, he even took the initiative to defend Ji Chang's. Wasn't he like this before? He always looked down on us and always spoke in that tone. Yes, it's nothing unusual. Although he has a bad mouth, he is still quite a nice person. If it hadn't been for him this time, we don't know how long we would have been deceived by those liars. He's like this, I've long been used to it. Kuiju. No, is this how you get used to it? He opened his mouth to say something, because he had always insisted that Ji Chang's is a liar and a bad guy and he felt that he should be the most sober at this moment. The strange thing was that he found that deep down in his heart, he actually felt that Ji Chang's behavior was normal. Although the other party roundaboutly called them stupid. Although the other party wished that his eyes had "you idiots" written all over them. Although when he spoke, he would roll his eyes every 3 sentences to express his disdain for the intelligence of his classmates. But, he really wasn't angry at all. There is even a little inferiority complex and a little guilt in my heart, and I have an inexplicable feeling that I am holding the other person back. Damn it! After discovering this, Kuiju was completely stunned. He covered his face with an expression of a collapsed worldview. He was shocked to find that he actually felt that Ji Chang's was really sincere and unpretentious. Although he expressed disdain, he still spared no effort to help them in action. I even felt a deep sense of gratitude in my heart. Holy crap, crap, crap. Kuiju was not feeling well. Isn't he possessed by evil spirits? He used to hate Ji Chang's the most. Etc. Ji Chang's is so able to manipulate people's hearts and gain their trust. Did he gain their trust without them feeling anything? Although he still had a good impression of Ji Chang's in his heart, his reason made Kuiju immediately tell others about this speculation. Classmate 1, no. Right? How could there be? It's Ji Chang's who deceives people's trust. He can't wait to have the word disgust written on his face. Classmate number 2, yeah, if we hadn't come together, he probably wouldn't have been willing to tell us this. Every time we didn't understand what he was saying, he would give us examples. It's also quite troublesome to explain. Ji Chang's is so trouble conscious, why would he go to such trouble for us? Ruan Hung nodded, we have a good impression of him. That's because we saw through this liar incident. I understand. I know that although Ji Chang's has a vicious mouth, he always has a bad face and doesn't like us. But at the critical moment, or maybe it's because we are all classmates in the same school, helping each other. Besides, there seems to be no need for him to lie to us. He has always looked down upon us. What good does it do him to lie to us? Kuiju originally looked frightened. Was he worried about himself? Did he unknowingly let Ji Chang's deceive him into trusting him? But after being analyzed by his classmates, he also felt that it was. When you lie, you want to get something. But what can Ji Chang's get from them? Ever since they discovered that Smith was a liar, Ji Chang's had been leading them to fight against liars, teaching them how to deal with liars and what methods the liars used. What could he seek from them? So why would he want to make conspiracy theories about others? Although Ji Chang's has a bad attitude, he is really thinking about them. They are the ones who have always been helped. According to Ji Chang's statement, they are the ones in need, and Ji Chang's is the one who supplies and demands. People haven't disliked them for holding them back, but here he is, making wild guesses. I'm really sorry for Ji Chang's sincerity in letting go of the previously unharmonious relationship to help them. The more he thought about it, the more Kuiju felt sorry for Ji Chang's. So when Ji Chang sat down with the fruit, he got an apology from Kuiju. The general meaning is, I'm sorry Nagasawa, I shouldn't doubt you, I shouldn't think that you used tricks to deliberately make us trust you, bala bala. Ji Chang's ate a piece of cut watermelon and said calmly, yes, that's what I did. Kuiju. Other people. The silly spores were confused, all with unified expressions, and looked blankly at the young man who was still eating watermelon as if nothing had happened after dropping such a big bomb. You really did that on purpose. Ji Chang's rolled his eyes and glanced impatiently at the classmate who asked the question, didn't I teach you just now? The more I feel that I am facing supply and demand, the more I feel that supply and demand do not need me. The more you trust the other person. Because you yourself feel that I have nothing to do with you, so you trust me unconsciously and feel that I can't lie to you. After all, I won't get any benefits from lying to you. Seeing that the 7 people across from him still looked like who am I, where am I and what am I doing, he frowned, put down his fork, and threw a grape to Kuiju, peel the grape for me, and I will tell them speak. Although Kuiju was still confused, he still subconsciously peeled the grapes as soon as he got the grapes because of the prestige accumulated by the other party in the past few days. Ji Chang's held his chin up, with a bored look on his face. You said you are still college students, or the best group. I just gave you what I just taught you and tried it. I just said it. You were fooled so quickly. It was obvious that he was deliberately manipulating people's hearts and coaxing them into trusting him, but Ji Chang's used this kind of hateful attitude to say, I even put the rice in your bowls, why don't you guys know how to eat it? After criticizing with a speechless expression, the 7 people immediately sat down obediently, lowered their heads and eyes, and began to repent. I'm sorry, we didn't expect you to lie. Are we classmates? Classmate, let me tell you, in this world, biological children will lie to their own parents, let alone classmates. When people get along with each other, they will judge each other's sincerity based on a relationship. That's the stupidest. Ji Chang's tone was full of sarcasm, just talking about Smith, the mayor still thinks he is a big investor in the city. Who would have thought that international friends who are going to spend a lot of money to invest in Shan City are actually doing it to defraud those government support funds? Facing the 7 quails who wanted to lower their heads to the table, Ji Chang's continued, as for what I just told you, those who supply and demand are the easiest to defraud trust and money from those who need it. Just give it a try and you will do it. Can you sincerely be fooled? It's a good thing that I'm just trying and I don't intend to lie to you. Otherwise, if I really want to lie to you, I will tell you tomorrow that I need to deal with Smith and ask you to give me all the money you have. Will you? Give me. The 7 people thought for a while and nodded. They all saw what Ji Chang's did these days, and subconsciously they felt that he was a very capable person who couldn't afford such a small amount of money. If he really used this as a reason to ask them for money, they would definitely give it to him. And not even the slightest bit. He would hesitate, because he would feel that according to Ji Chang's ability, he could make as much money as he wanted, so why bother to defraud them? Tisk. Just when I thought about it, I got a scoff from the person involved. He seemed to want to say something, but after glancing at Kuiju, his face slowly lost the "you are all trash" expression. Converted to "it's not all garbage, there is still recyclable garbage." Kuiju did a good job. At least he knew that he had doubts in his heart and knew to seek confirmation. As for you, tut tut tut. The 6 people who were criticized all lowered their heads with deep shame. I'm sorry, we were careless. Kuiju's, who was praised as a typical example, suddenly felt that his neck was no longer sore, his arms were no longer painful, and he felt more energetic to go up to the 18th floor in one breath. The worldview that had just arrived collapsed, the three outlooks were completely destroyed, but all of them were transformed into confidence and pride under Ji Chang's praise. In particular, Ji Chang said, "What Kuiju did this time is really good, but you only asked me after you were fooled. You should be careful next time, otherwise, we are our own people, and I will not really harm you, at most it's just an experiment, if you ask me, I'll say it. If someone really deliberately deceives you, if you sense something is wrong, even if you really run up and ask, think about it for yourselves. Do you think they will tell you the truth, and they will tell you the truth like I did? Can I tell you everything in detail?" 7 people shook their heads. Kuiju, who suddenly became a top student, immediately answered the question proactively and admitted his mistake. "Yes, if we encounter this situation next time, we will definitely seek verification ourselves first." "Well, you're right to think so. It seems that you are the fastest and most flexible of them all." Ji Chang's clearly showed his appreciation for Kuiju, and was contrary to the expression he had always had towards him before. "What do you think? You don't like me, so I don't like you either." With admiration in his eyes, he asked Kuiju, "Are you willing to join my team? I really want to train you." Suddenly, Kuiju was like rain falling from the sky, and his whole body was filled with the recognized relief and comfort. He felt that he had passed the test without any hesitation, and immediately nodded, "I do." When Ji Chang's looked at him, his eyes suddenly became much closer. "Very well, wait until this matter is dealt with. After that, I will take you with me to train you. Anyway, as long as I know, I will try my best to teach you. As for whether you learn or not, it depends on you. I believe so. With you here, I can become more powerful and everything will be easier for me in the future. I will study hard, thank you Nagasawa." Kuiju was as happy as if he had won the lottery. He has always been disliked and despised by Ji Chang's. Suddenly, because of his personal efforts and outstanding performance, Ji Chang's recognized his abilities, so that the other party took the initiative to invite him to join the team. How could this not make Kuiju very happy? Didn't you see? Others didn't have the chance, so they were looking at him with envy. Ji Chang's was lying. No, he had finished teaching a few people and it was almost time. As expected, Smith and the others came down slowly while holding on to something. "I'm really sorry, Nagasawa-san. We drank some wine last night, so we got up late today and almost missed something important." Ji Chang's didn't show any anger towards the attentive people, but he wasn't too happy either. Rather, I think it's too much trouble for you to procrastinate like this, and I don't want to work with you anymore." He glanced at the assistant who was silent as if thinking about something, and showed a faint smile. "It's okay, Mr. Smith. You are also a busy man. A small crew like mine is not worthy of you running around with me every day. How can I delay your business because of my affairs? If you have something to do, you will still be here today. Shall I go alone?" The more Ji Chang showed that he wanted to go it alone, the more nervous Smith and the others, who had already paid their dues but were still hesitating whether to continue, felt. After all, Ji Chang's appearance didn't look like he was just talking. He really didn't want to take them with him anymore. Smith's original hesitation about 3-pointers suddenly dropped to the point where he just wanted to retain Ji Chang's. "No, no, no, I'm really interested in these, Nagasawa-san. You don't have to think so. Participating in these is also a kind of learning for me." Ji Chang still frowned, but didn't let go. "Forget it, I think I have delayed you too much," he added. "Actually, to tell you the truth, I have been hesitating these days because my father knows that I have made friends like you. He has always been very concerned about my friendships, so he wanted to meet you. Smith and his group suddenly became energetic. They fold. Isn't this what you have been doing for so long? But before he could be happy, Ji Chang sighed and said, I'm really sorry for you, and it's embarrassing to say it, because my father has always been very concerned about my friends and is willing to help with my career, so every time I bring my friends to them, I always first test your friend's financial strength. I've been dragging you to the mall these past few days because I want to test you. Hearing this, the assistant who had been silent until now started to stir, his eyes flashed, and he looked at Ji Chang's, so you are here to test us? Right. Ji Chang's looked guilty. I didn't think there was anything wrong with me doing this, because the environment I grew up in was like this, but today, I saw that you all looked tired last night, but you still wanted to stay with me. I went to look at the equipment, and I was really, really sorry. Our friendship should have been pure and flawless, with nothing to do with interests, but I deliberately tested it. This is distrust and insincerity towards my friends, especially when I see how you still trust me so much when you know nothing about it. I feel really uncomfortable, Seeing the expression on Ji Chang's face that said, why don't we just forget about this, the assistant completely let down his guard. It's definitely not right for a middle-aged person to do this, but if it were Ji Chang's who was still a student this year, it would be completely normal. Students always have some weird ideas. No wonder, he said that Ji Chang's was not short of money, so why did he deliberately drag Smith out to spend money every day? He finally smiled. Nagase-san, actually, you don't need to worry. We have long seen that you are deliberately testing our financial resources. It is just because we know that you grew up in such a wealthy environment and are wary of everything, so just don't say it. Ji Chang's was surprised for a moment, and then ashamed. Really? Oh my God. Do you all know the stupid things I did? The assistant gave Smith a look. Smith understood, nodded immediately, and smiled, showing that he already knew but didn't care about understanding. How can this be considered a stupid thing? I grew up in such an environment. I understand you so well. It's okay. Confirmed that they had really been discovered, they had been testing each other, and the young students felt guilty and surprised at the same time. I underestimated everyone too much. I didn't expect you to live in. With such keenness, I really want to introduce you to my father now. Smart people like you must have common topics with my father. He looked at the assistant with admiration and said, if Mr. Smith has such a keenly observant and talented person like you, he can't blame his business for growing so big. The assistant looked at him with admiring eyes, and the last trace of doubt in his heart was quickly dispelled and replaced by a full sense of pride. It's okay. After all, I am in this business. You are really overestimating me. No. For a talent like you, if it weren't for my good relationship with Mr. Smith, I really hope to recruit you and have you by my side in the future. Wouldn't it be better to be more powerful than a tiger? Ji Chang's once again expressed his appreciation for the assistant. After 2 or 3 sentences, the assistant completely forgot why he suspected the other party, and even had some impulsive thoughts about actually changing jobs. Kuiju, who had witnessed the whole process, touched the back of his head and felt that the process of actually, this is a test, but you discovered my test and you are really good at it was a bit familiar. Could it be that Nagasawa was using this trick on him just now? No, 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 how can it be the same? Nagasawa said, he is his own person. Ahead, Ji Chang's and his assistant brother walked out of the door and patted the assistant on the shoulder. You're welcome. It's all me? Human. The author has something to say. Quan Chin finished writing the word count before but not the content of this chapter. He just added 900 words. Don't worry if you have bought the little angel before. If you have purchased it, you will not be deducted anymore. These 900 words are equivalent to free. Juju, Bay free and fastest update without anti-theft or anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tan Zhong Mao. Chapter 393. After buying the equipment, Ji Chang's did not take Smith and the others to the mall this time. What he said to them was clear, so naturally there was no need to test them further. Of course, the actual situation is not like this. The main reason Ji Chang stopped was that he saw that Smith and the others had no money. If you want to make a movie now, the equipment is still very expensive. Plus, he specifically picks out the expensive ones. He wants to buy whatever is hard to buy. It's not him who pays for it anyway. At the end of the round, hundreds of thousands of dollars were simply unbeatable. The batch I bought today alone exceeded 400,000 yuan. The smiles that appeared on Smith's and others' faces because Ji Chang said he would take them to see their father gradually could no longer be maintained. Rather than buying equipment, this is simply buying gold. But Ji Chang's attitude was too natural. He looked like a young master who came from a wealthy family and had no shortage of money. The young master didn't pay attention to this money at all, and naturally he wouldn't think of helping Smith and the others save money. In fact, Ji Chang's wanted to buy quite a lot of things. It was from the increasingly stiff expressions of Smith and others that he could see that these scammers really had no money, so they had to stop with regret. I finally met someone who took advantage of me, but I didn't expect that I only had so little inventory. How much money did it cost? It won't work so soon. Ji Chang's felt regretful in his heart. He was too lazy to deal with these useless scammers. After buying the goods, he just asked to go back to the hotel to rest on the pretext of being tired. Of course, although the other party has no money, as the saying goes, when the wind passes, it leaves traces and the geese pass away, and the hair is plucked. If you don't have money, isn't it true that everyone is tall? Martha, can you be considered a strong laborer? Ji Chang's was making a small calculation in his heart. As soon as he returned to the room, Ruanhong came over. Are you back? Someone from Shenji called to see you today. Find me. Being able to find out the hotel's phone number and also looking for him specifically, Ji Chang's calculated in his mind and figured out who it was. He called the other party's number, and sure enough the other party answered immediately. Hey, who is it? As soon as Ji Chang's voice came out, there was an obviously relieved voice from the other side. Brother Zi, it's me, Baz Hu. Baz Hu, one of the original owner's younger brothers, was impressed by the original owner's charm relatively early, deceived. When the original owner had no time to go to school, he was always doing his best to maintain the group and appease his younger brother. The original owner also thought he was useful and gave him a higher status. Only he and another person knew where the previous money was. Baz Hu, it just so happened that I wanted to find you. What a coincidence that you called me yourself. It was probably when they discovered that the money was gone that they called anxiously in the middle of the night. To ask, Ji Chang's quickly seized the opportunity. Before Baz Hu could even ask, Ji Chang's asked him a question first. He was stunned and couldn't say anything he had prepared. Brother Zi, aren't you in the capital? What are you looking for? What do you want from me? Ah. The boys next to him started chatting when they saw that he didn't ask questions. They all became anxious and winked at Baz Hu, gesturing for him to ask for money. Ji Chang's voice came from the phone. Didn't we talk about joint venture projects before? I came to the capital this time to look around and found a good way to make money. Have you all seen the movie? Movies? How do movies make money? Is it by selling melon seeds and peanuts in the cinema? No wonder Baz Hu thought of this immediately, mainly because there are indeed many snack sellers near the cinema. When it comes to making money from movies, his first reaction is to sell snacks. How much money can you make selling melon seeds and peanuts? Ji Chang said directly, I have already thought about it. Let's make money by making movies. Where will the materials and equipment be used to shoot these? I have already thought about it. The foundation is almost ready here, and the school is about to have a holiday. You can buy your tickets now. Don't worry about the ticket money. I will reimburse you. Bazhu. Ji Chang's didn't say much, but he had a lot of information. He was immediately stunned. Brother Zi, are you serious? We are not professionals in making movies. This kind of thing requires learning. Isn't it enough to just learn it? If you don't do anything because you haven't learned it, then you will only be eating and drinking in this life. As if feeling that he was disobedient, the voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became stern. Where's Lao Wu? Is he around? Let him answer the phone. Bazhu looked aside. Ji Chang's other younger brother, Lao Wu, who was in charge of accounting, looked at him eagerly. When he saw him looking at him, he quickly asked in a low voice, "How is it? What did Brother Zi say?" "What? Did you say where the money went?" Bazhu handed the phone to him. "Brother Zi wants you to answer the phone." Lao Wu quickly picked up the phone, made a don't worry gesture to Bazhu, and whispered, "It's okay. I know you are afraid of Brother Zi and don't dare to ask." "I'm not afraid. I'll ask." As soon as the phone was put to his ear, he raised his head. "Zi? What's the matter? Zi? What's going on with you? Is this how you are asked to manage the accounts? How long have I been in the capital? You haven't noticed that I took the money in the cabinet yet?" Ji Chang scolded him. "I've been waiting for you for so long and I haven't found out yet. I've already done everything, and you still have the nerve to brag to me about your carefulness. If you don't care about money, how can I dare in the future let you take care of the accounts?" "Lao Wu, Brother Zi, did you take that money on purpose?" Ji Chang's admitted shamelessly. "Every time I used money, I never approved a note for you. I didn't approve it for you this time. You really can't find out." Lao Wu was completely stunned. Brother Zi took the money away specifically to test him. When will he find out that the money is missing? He was stunned for a second, completely forgetting that he should be the one questioning him, and quickly explained. "No, Brother Zi, I really looked at the cabinet carefully, but isn't the cabinet locked? It will only be opened every time I put money in it, so So what? I ask you to put in new money every time. Doesn't it mean that you have to wait until you get a new signature before opening the locker? That money is all the savings of the brothers. It's important. Even if you are not a real accountant, have never studied it? In this major, you can always do it by opening it every day and counting, right? After waiting for you for so many days, there is still no news. I wonder if you still don't know that the money is gone." "No, no, no, I found out today. It was because I found out that the money was missing that I called you, Brother Zi." As if it was because he could still discover it rather than because he really knew nothing about it from beginning to end, Ji Chang's tone was slightly better. "Then you are still saved. Okay, in the past, in our own hometown, our own territory, even if you were a little careless and took it for granted, it would be nothing. But in the future, if we want to do serious business, money is the most important. If you take care of the money, you are the most important. That person, if you don't put money first, then what are we brothers doing for so long?" Lao Wu didn't notice at all that the matter had shifted from being suspicious of Ji Chang's, suspecting him of secretly taking the money and running away, to that he didn't care about money. He nodded guiltily and admitted his mistake. Yes, I really won't do it next time, Brother Zi. Brother Zi, please believe me. Well, after all, we are brothers who have been together for so long. Of course I trust you." He has a good attitude towards admitting his mistakes. Ji Chang's also softened his tone and adopted the attitude of speaking to his own people. "Lao Wu, you have a good heart and always think the best of others. You feel that this money is only kept in a cabinet that only you know about, so you don't. I didn't think about checking every day. But when you do something, no matter what you do, since the matter is entrusted to you, you have to be serious and can't slack off. Otherwise, think about it, suppose I didn't get the money, or I brought this money with you. If the money goes away, won't you, the person responsible for managing the money, be blamed? Ji Changs didn't mind taking himself as an example at all, but Lao Wu felt more and more that he was doing it for his own good, and he felt even more ashamed. Yes, Brother Zi, I remember it. I will definitely check the account every day from now on. Okay, just remember it. You and Bazhu will notify each other and tell them that I have settled in the capital. Let all the brothers who have paid money come to the capital. We want to make movies and make money. While Lao Wu was still feeling ashamed, Ji Changs quickly performed a combo of punches. Just be busy and record the list of people going to the capital, and then help them buy tickets. Use the new money this time. The tickets should be, that's enough. Filming. In this era when micro-movies have not yet developed, and not everyone has a mobile phone and can shoot videos, the word making a movie sounds difficult to ordinary people. Especially at this time, many young people are obsessed with plot characters in TV dramas. They save money and buy posters of movie stars to hang on their walls. Their yearning for movies and their love for celebrities may not be as generous as later generations, but they are definitely used with 100% sincerity. Compared to Bazhu, who was the first to consider practical issues, the younger Lao Wu instantly became excited. Is it really a movie? Then can we still meet the stars? Can I meet Xiao? Xiao was an actress who was famous for a while, but she disappeared just as quickly as she became famous. At least she hasn't appeared in the recent entertainment pages for a long time. But some teenagers are not forgetful at all. They don't know what the entertainment industry is like, and they don't know that it will be difficult for Xiao to obtain resources in the future, but they still like others stupidly. Ji Changs did not break the cold water. If our movie is good, we should be able to see it. Wow! If Lao Wu was excited just now, then he is excited now. What a great shot! Boss, you are so smart, you must be a good shot. Ji Changs, on the other hand. It's no surprise that he is so easy to coax. Although it is said that so many people were deceived by the original owner because of the limitations of the times and because the original owner was indeed talented at being a liar, it has to be said that these guys are really stupid. The original owner didn't ask about their ending, but Ji Changs could guess it. He had been defrauded of all his savings and could not get the money back. He had no academic qualifications and basically no skills. If he still had the money, he could still buy a house and start a small business, but the original owner directly deprived him of this possibility. In the end, most of them spent their lives in factories and construction sites. Life is like this. There are countless forks in the road. Trusting the wrong person may change your entire life. However, this time, Ji Changs also wanted to change the life of a person who had given all his trust to the original owner. I have rented a place for you to live in. They charge you by the day. It is very expensive. You should go to the capital as soon as possible today. After buying the tickets, tell me the exact time and I will pick you up. Don't bring too many things. Just go to the capital and buy new ones. You don't need to bring a lot of clothes to change. We are just starting out and can't afford to hire extras. Everyone has to play extras. When the time comes, we can wear them directly in the play. Clothes. Ji Changs arranged everything in an orderly manner. When Lao Wu heard that he could see Xiao, his mind was filled with excitement, and he agreed to everything he said. No problem, Brother Zi. I'll try to take someone there tonight. They'll probably be there tomorrow morning. Okay, get some snacks and keep an eye on your money when you're out. Don't sleep and wake up with your money gone. Lao Wu, you were so careless this time that I shouldn't let you take care of money anymore, but you have always followed me and believed in me. I also believe that you will not do it again next time. There must be no mistakes this time. Do you know? Ji Chang's words of advice made Lao Wu feel more at ease. Brother Zi didn't dislike him, or let him manage the money. Wow 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 wow, Brother Zi is so good. After hanging up the phone, he wiped away the tears that were half excited, and looked at his younger brothers who were looking at him eagerly. The boys are almost dying of anxiety. Especially when I see Lao Wu talking on the phone, I cry and laugh sometimes. So is the money still there? Who took it? As soon as the news of the missing money spread, people everywhere were panicked. Many people speculated that Ji Chang's ran away with the money. After all, he has not been in Shanxi for a long time, even if everyone knew before what he was sent by the school. Translation: but it is an indisputable fact that the person is gone and the money is gone. It is true. That amount of money was all the savings of many people. I don't know how many jobs and how long it took to save it. The purpose of taking out this money is to get more money. If it is really taken away, how will they live in the future? A younger brother spoke nervously. Fifth brother, we don't make money as we said before. We use this money to do business and we all share it together. I don't want any extra cents. I can pay back the principal. Yes, yes, do you still have the money? Didn't you lose it? Fifth brother, you are talking. Lao Wu completely forgot that he had the same mentality as these younger brothers before. At this moment, after receiving Ji Chang's words of comfort and future plans, he felt like he was floating. When I look at the younger brothers, I also have a look of you all can't hold your breath. He coughed dryly, with unconcealed excitement on his face. Stop, 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 don't make any noise, just be quiet and let me talk. Lao Wu, I shouted loudly, and the younger brothers below quickly became quiet. It's true that the money is with Brother Zi, but he didn't take it away without telling us. He used the money to buy things for making movies. From now on, we can all have movie and TV sets. Filming. Even if the guys just heard them mention the movie on the phone, they didn't think they were going to make it. Isn't that a movie that only a big director, a talented person, or a big star can make? Many of them only have primary school education, and some even have no education. How can they make movies? Many people had timidity on their faces. Let's make a movie. We're not celebrities, can we really make it? I can definitely shoot it, otherwise Brother Zi wouldn't let us all go to the capital. Just because he could see Xiao, Lao Wu was already blindly trusting Ji Chang's. Of course, the main reason why he believed it was that he had no common sense in this area, and he didn't know how difficult it would be for Ji Chang's to follow through with his light words. In his eyes, Ji Chang's, a college student, was already very impressive. The people who make movies are also very good. So rounding things off, it's very reasonable for Ji Chang's to be able to make movies. Anyway, I'm going to count the people now, and then you go back and pack your things, and buy tickets to go to the capital tonight. Seeing that the people below him didn't move, and all of them had hesitant expressions on their faces, he clicked his tongue. What are you afraid of? I won't let you pay for the tickets. You are all grown men. Are you still afraid of being trafficked? I have to say that although Lao Wu has no education and no brains, he is still very good at using the provoking method. It's normal that everyone doesn't want to go to the capital. After all, they have never been out of the mountain city since they were young. They are in a familiar place and a strange big city. Or is it a place like the capital that makes people feel shocked just hearing about it? How? How can I not be afraid? But Lao Wu has this ability to urge them to take action. With so many of us gathered together, even if no one is well dressed, who dares to look down on us? Don't be so impatient, come over and sign up for us. I want to buy tickets based on your names. He worked hard for Xiao. He took out his notebook and pen vigorously, sat down at the table and began to write down names. Baz, who actually feels unsure about this matter. But his trust in Ji Chang still made him the first to step forward. I want to go. I heard that wages are high in the capital. Even if the movie fails to be made, I can still find a job. As soon as these words came out, some people who were willing to find a job also came forward hesitantly. In just one afternoon, the news that Ji Chang's did not run away with the money, but took the money to build something like film equipment in the capital, and planned to take people to make a movie, became new gossip. A part of me is afraid of going to a strange city and feels that making movies is unreliable. Those movies were only made by celebrities, but they? Ordinary people are not good looking and have no temperament. Who would watch the movie? It doesn't sound reliable. But think about the brotherly loyalty, what he said before joining the team, and the fact that Ji Chang's is a college student. College students should be better than them in doing things, right? If he could lose money, would he be willing to do it? Some people hesitated for a while or chose to join, others had the intention of quitting, and still others hesitated for a long time and couldn't make up their minds. When Ji Chang's called again in the evening, even though Lao Wu tried to be tactful, he understood after 2 or 3 sentences. Those who don't want to go to the capital don't have to force themselves. Tell them that I will refund the money they gave me before. Anyway, it will be recorded in the account and it won't be a penny less. But forget it for others. Those 3 children of the Zhao family, try your best to persuade them to come to the capital. Ji Chang's has also been reading the list of younger brothers written down from memory this afternoon, and picking them up one by one from the memory in his mind. The Zhao child is the youngest brother on the list. The eldest brother of the Zhao family is 19 years old this year, the second brother is 13, and the youngest is a child. The girl is only 5 years old this year. They were relatively miserable. When the eldest brother of the Zhao family was 14, his mother died and his father gambled, leaving a pile of debts and running away with 3 children. The younger brother was 8 years old at the time, the younger sister was still a baby, and the family still had debts. The eldest brother of the Zhao family dropped out of school and worked around to save money, raising his younger siblings while paying off the debts. It's not like no one has mentioned that they can go to an orphanage, but if they go to an orphanage, the 3 children will be separated. In addition, it's not like they haven't heard of the news that adopted orphans are not doing well before. The eldest brother of the Zhao family insists on it. Not willing. Fortunately, child labor is not so strict now. He managed to endure the hardships alone and saved a lot of money. Because he dropped out of school, the eldest brother of the Zhao family worships academic qualifications and believes that people with higher education are more capable. In addition, he only does dirty work and burns his life in exchange for money. Compared with those children in school, he is more capable. It's easy to be fooled, and unfortunately, you end up on the pirate ship of the original owner. After that, the original owner took the money and ran away. Even if he kept some money in his hand, the family's situation was still tight. Unfortunately, the 5-year-old girl gave birth a few months after the original owner ran away. Had a serious illness. They don't have enough money to afford treatment. The little girl stayed at the age of 5 forever, and after that, the original owner didn't know what happened to the 2 brothers. Ji Chang's always likes children, especially children who are self-reliant and have excellent character. Just listening to them makes people feel distressed. If they had someone to guide them, even if there was an adult at home, Ji Chang's would not interfere in their decisions. But it is obvious that even if they are willing to endure hardship, there are many things that no one will teach them in front of them. It will definitely be very hard for them to figure them out. Ji Chang's reason for looking for this? The reason, there is a child in the script who is going to play the heroine's childhood role. He is almost the age of the Zhao family's little sister. If they come, I will not have to look for young actors. The price of young actors is really high, too expensive. As soon as he heard that he could save money, Lao Wu immediately became energetic. In addition, he already sympathizes and has a good impression of the Zhao family's children. If we can make money and find a livelihood together, then it would be best to take them with him. The three children of the Zhao family do not have the ability to make their own judgments like others. The eldest only knows how to do hard work, the second is still young, let alone the youngest. He is only 5 years old. What does he know? Lao Wu has always taken good care of them, and he is a trustworthy brother in their eyes. What he said is still very important to the three of them. It works. The eldest brother, Zhao Tian, was more worried about his sister. She is so young. Is it too hard for her to follow us around? If my little sister is tired, just hold her. She is only 5 years old anyway, so we can hold her. If you can't hold her, I can do it for you. Lao Wu knelt down and touched the head of the little girl who was sitting obediently on the bench. Our little girl is going to make a movie too. When she grows up, she might become a big star. As soon as he finished speaking, a sneer came from outside. Hey, do you really believe in the nonsense about making a movie? That movie is going to be on TV. Who said it can be made? Lao Wu frowned and turned around, and sure enough he saw several people standing at the entrance of the yard. These are the little gangsters in this area. Unlike Ji Chang's team, who are dedicated to making money, they have no intention of doing any business. Instead, they simply collect protection fees and bully the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Zhao Tian joined Ji Chang's team because they were targeting him and asked him to pay protection money. In order to protect himself, Zhao Tian joined Ji Chang's team. After all, although they don't fight, there are so many people, and the most common words they say are "we are all brothers when we come here, and everyone will support our brothers when they are in trouble." Regardless of whether they joined because they wanted to bully others, at least if they joined, others would not dare to bully them. Lao Wu also remembered these people and sneered, "What? Do you have any objections to us? Okay, how about we choose a place and we can have a fight?" The faces of those people suddenly became ugly. There are only 3 of them here, but Lao Wu can summon more than 100 people, which is a big deal. But deep down in my heart, I still resent Ji Chang's, a college student, for inexplicably creating a team. As a result, those who joined were unable to ask for money, and they lost a lot of income for no reason. Now that I see what they are doing, making a movie in a mess, if I don't take the opportunity to ridicule them, I really can't let go of the tone in my heart. Don't you be ignorant of good people's hearts. We are reminding you that you just believe whatever Ji Chang says, right? And when it comes to making movies, is he a professional director? Do you have a professional actor? If nothing else, my uncle works in a cinema. He told me personally that you need to apply for a movie to be released. Does he know how to apply? Lao Yutong didn't know what the other party said. But it doesn't matter, he just needs to blindly believe in Ji Chang's. Don't talk nonsense to me here. Anyway, we will make a movie and become a big star by then. Just don't get sore behind us. He didn't need to explain at all. Because once the other party is unconvinced and continues to say, "Who is talking nonsense, let me tell you." Lao Wu raised his fist, "Come on, ask someone to make a fight." 3 little gangsters, we are not talking nonsense, you still don't believe it? Lao Wu raised his feet and walked out. I'm going to call someone right now. 3 people. Seeing that the other party was really about to come out, and thinking of the horror of more than 100 people standing there, they looked at each other and quickly rubbed the soles of their feet and slipped away. TCH. Coward. After scaring the people away, Lao Wu patted Zhao Tian on the shoulder. "Okay, Xiao Tian, Listen to your fifth brother. If it doesn't work, just go to the capital to see the world. Pack your things and I will write down your names. He no longer took the three gangsters into his heart. The three gangsters remembered this incident very hard. But, right. Even if they directly go into battle and scold them, they won't be able to scold them. Fight, isn't that asking for death? The only way for them to vent their cowardice and cheapness is to talk loudly everywhere. So everywhere in the mountain city were filled with their figures talking loudly. Ji Chang said he wanted to make a movie. It's really ridiculous. He thinks that a movie is something that can be made by just making some money and finding a few people. Those idiots really believed him and hurriedly packed their luggage to go to the capital. It's so funny. Just watch, everyone will come back dejected. They spent a lot of effort to vent their bad temper and badmouth Ji Changs who had robbed and occupied his own survival resources. Not only were their legs sore from running around, but they also didn't stop talking. In just one day, their mouths were full of bubbles. Out. The fact that college students raised funds to make a movie is very eye-catching, especially when so many people actually bought tickets and gathered to go to the capital. The news immediately spread everywhere, and the vegetable sellers would say a few words when meeting customers. Did you hear about it? There was a college student who gathered more than 100 people and formed a team. He also said he wanted to make a movie. Make a movie? Children nowadays really don't know how high the sky is. How deep the earth is, don't you think so? Ji's mother, who was picking vegetables. She responded vaguely, bought groceries and returned home. She was cooking in the kitchen when Father Ji came back. After the middle-aged man came back, he sat at the table and sighed, his eyes full of sadness. Seeing his look, Ji's mother knew that he must have heard about it too. She put the dishes on the table and sighed, "Don't be like this. Nagasawa always has an idea. What he wants to do. He can always do it. Maybe he can do it. This movie it can also be photographed. You can't just take a picture of this kid. How about Ji's father? Can he not be frightened? His son has not been a fuel-efficient lamp since he was a child. He was fine before. Look at how many people have told me overtly and covertly in recent years that I should take care of their children. Even the leaders of our work unit have mentioned it in secret. Everyone knows that my son is not living up to expectations and has gone to be with some gangsters. They hang out with each other every day, saying that he has high ambitions and low abilities, and he doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is, and he wants to do big business." He rubbed his brows, unable to cheer up. "Now when people talk about children, I don't dare to interrupt. How come other people's children are so disciplined and well-behaved, but their children are so messy?" Ji Mu also sighed. "Don't think about it. You can't control it anyway. Maybe he can really do something." "What?" "Instead of thinking about this, why not think about whether our daughter should be sent to learn painting during the summer vacation? She likes painting so much. I always feel that it would be a pity not to cultivate it. I know that too, but my dad was sick a while ago, and the family's money has been almost exhausted, and we still owe some debts. That painting class a month is a lot of money." Ji's father really couldn't help but feel a lot of pressure. To outsiders, their family seemed to have a good foundation, but raising two children cost money in itself. In addition, Ji's mother's father was sick a while ago. She was an only daughter, so she could only let her daughter and son-in-law come and take care of the money. The disease is almost cured, and the Ji family is financially exhausted. Ji's father didn't think that the money should be spent. He had a good relationship with his wife, and his father-in-law and mother-in-law also treated him as their biological son. If something happened, they should come to the rescue. It's just that he has no money in his pocket at the moment. His son is still doing trouble outside, and his daughter wants to learn painting but has no money. which inevitably makes him feel a lot of pressure. Mother G touched his coat and said, "Where did you get a hole? Buy a new one quickly. People will laugh at you if you go out wearing torn clothes. Why buy a new one? Just mend it after a while. If you mend it on the inside, it won't be visible on the outside." G's father took off his coat and rubbed his eyebrows again. "Call Nagasawa tonight and tell him not to worry too much." He was very tired, but what could he do? Even if his son was going through all kinds of troubles, he still had to look after him. Ji Chang's was planning to contact his childhood sweetheart and first love, but Mr. Jin skipped the dinner party. Mr. Jin is a very trustworthy person. Even if something happens and he cannot come, he will definitely call. If something happens suddenly, something must have happened. Ji Chang's felt confident and looked at the arrival time record of the younger brothers in his hand. Sighed. There is no time to deal with Smith. What a pity, such a good strong labor force. So, when Smith and the others happily arrived at Ji Chang's room, they were greeted by uniformed police comrades. And Ji Chang's, who had a helpless face and an innocent tone, "I'm sorry, I also want to continue playing this rich man's game with you. But I'm really in a hurry and really don't have time." As he said that, the young man took out a small notebook, which was densely written with his plans for the future. He turned to the end and drew a circle on a date. "Well, let's see. It won't work this year, and it won't work next year. I'll probably retire and be free in more than 30 years. The evidence has been given to the police comrades. How about you go in first, and we can play again after more than 30 years. The author has something to say." Tweet: "Lily is free and the fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft." You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 394. When Smith and the others were finally taken away by the police comrades, they were still immersed in confusion, unable to extricate themselves. With the evidence given by Ji Chang's and some of his speculations in hand, the police comrades quickly recognized Smith from a police officer who often paid attention to foreign news. They are not very famous, but they have committed crimes in the same country before. There have been no mistakes in the past 10 times, and they have deceived many people. In the end, they are good at changing their image. If you disguise your identity, the police won't be able to catch you. The last time they were caught, several people were arrested, but then their accomplices came to rob the prison. They even robbed the car and the people before they were sent to prison. No wonder that country has issued a wanted order, but they still can't catch anyone everywhere. It turned out that they went to them from the country of Hua. And they are still using their same tricks, trying to defraud China of support funds. The police comrades were very moved after learning about the glorious history of these scammers. These are all old foxes. They have deceived many people abroad. They are also very cunning and vicious. I didn't expect that they would fall into the hands of you, these young people." Several students stood in a line, watching the shackled Smith and others as if they were watching some rare animal. After hearing about what they had done in the past, there was a lot of yelling. Although he didn't say anything on his lips, the feeling of he turned out to be a gangster was clearly written in his eyes. They lamented that it was nothing, but the key point was that Smith and the others were shackled here and were about to go to jail. They were obviously big liars who had defrauded countless people and property, but they were as languid as chickens in the plague. As for these students, no matter in terms of appearance or words and deeds, every one of them belongs to the innocent and naive side, but they just fall into this trap. I can't blame Smith and the others for their stinky faces. Even if they were caught, they still look suspicious of life. If it had been in the past, Ji Chang's, a bitch, might have come over and arranged it properly. Where did the other party go wrong? Where did he do something that was not good enough? Only then did people find out the clues. But isn't this a rush? Therefore, he was more interested in picking up those young men than watching his defeated generals. Smith and the others opened their mouths to say something, but before the words came out, Chief G. Ze said, "Comrade Public Security, I have some things to deal with here, and I really can't spare any time. Can I let my classmates go and make notes? These days, several of us are together. How do these scammers deceive people, what do they want to defraud, and how do they disguise themselves? My other classmates know it very well, so I won't go and take notes." Rushing to pick someone up at the station. The police comrades would naturally not be so harsh on the victims. Seeing that Ji Chang's was indeed in a hurry, they nodded in agreement. "Okay, little classmate, are you going?" Smith et al. "Wait, don't leave, don't leave." Police. "He lied to us too, he is also a liar. Arrest him quickly." Ji Chang's ignored them at all and only gave his classmates a look. These stupid spores have been cultivated by him these days. He got the signal and immediately said, "What did Nagasawa lie to you?" He didn't do anything. That's right, Nagasawa has been busy these days, busy with dinner parties, and preparing for his movie. You want to defraud him of his money, and you insist on going with him. Now that you have been caught, you are still thinking of obstructing him. What about him? Smith, you guys are talking nonsense. We spent a lot of money on him. He wants to compensate us. It's a pity that the one in the team who can speak Chinese is better at listening than speaking. He can't speak more than a few words in one mouth, and his bad language is blocked before he can open his mouth. Kuiju has been studying hard since he was recognized by Ji Chang's. Although he did not learn the essence of Ji Chang's, he still learned a little bit. He immediately said, "You, these liars, want to defraud us of China's support funds, but you still don't give up when we seize them. At this time, you are still thinking of defrauding us." He immediately reported to the police comrades. They bought the things without opening them, just to make money outside, waiting to defraud others to trust them before returning these things. Those things are still in his room. Comrades from the Public Security Department, I will take you to see them. Liars. They watched helplessly as the public security comrades looked at them from contempt to a deeper level of contempt. If I had to describe it, it would probably be written in my eyes. A group of students actually want to defraud money and fight back before death. It's really worse than animals. Liars. Them. I want to come up with evidence, but I make a calculation in my heart. Although they paid for the meal, it was Smith who stalked to get the opportunity to treat him. People in the hotel can also testify for Ji Chang's that it was the other party who insisted on treating him. You know, they said they were deceived, and the Chinese police wouldn't believe them. After being coaxed to go shopping in the mall, Ji Chang's didn't take any of the things he bought. Everyone watched them take them back to their room. As for the hundreds of thousands of equipment, they determined that Ji Chang's was a kid from a rich family, but they did not expect to leave any evidence in this regard. Ji Chang's kept all the receipts. When buying things, you still use cash. After thinking about it in their hearts, they couldn't believe that these students knew their true colors a long time ago. The scam was so flawless that no evidence was left behind. It was clear that he was well prepared. There is no evidence, so I can only say, no. We were really deceived. Really. Hundreds of thousands. The policeman who had seen the wanted information on these few people laughed and said to his colleagues, "The newspaper said that these people are like this, always cheating money and pretending to be victims. If it weren't for their superb acting skills, they wouldn't have been able to act recklessly for so long before being discovered. Don't believe a word they say." When they were abroad, this group of people could directly hijack cars, but when they arrived in China, they did it all. Don't even think about such a thing. If nothing else, they have banned guns in China, so there is nothing these people can do to get a gun. Seeing that he really had nothing to do, Ji Chang's waved to them, then I'll leave first, they are probably arriving soon. Kuiju asked, do you have enough money? Do you want to take a taxi when you go out? Don't worry, that's enough. Ji Chang's took out a handful of money from his pocket and shook it. Smith and the others' eyes almost popped out of their heads. The money was still the money the seller asked for when buying the equipment. Smith was very generous and told Ji Chang's to keep it. That money belongs to us. He cheated us of the money. Faced with the accusations from several foreigners, Ji Chang smiled and put the money back without being affected at all. A police comrade heard what they said before and asked, classmate, are you still in the movie business? No, I plan to make a film. The movie has been around for a long time. Ji Chang's acted very calmly and said in a few words, originally, when I came to the capital this time, in addition to the tasks assigned to me by the school, I also wanted to find an opportunity to see if I could make a good movie. Making a movie is not a trivial matter. It requires equipment, connections, and actors. It's troublesome to get these things right. But fortunately, I'm lucky. I met a noble person and I've only been in the capital for a few days. Basically, it's all done. Ruan Hung followed and nodded, you are talking about Mr. Jin, right? When we finish our work here, we want to thank him properly. Ji Chang smiled and said nothing. He only raised his eyebrows at the foreigners who were being handcuffed while others were not paying attention. Several people. At this moment, they all understood. No wonder Ji Chang's had already noticed something was wrong but didn't say anything. No wonder he spent so much time talking to them in roundabout ways. No wonder he bothers to pretend to be a rich man. This guy simply had no money and no connections, so he just took advantage of the situation and stepped on them. Now that they had no money and Ji Chang's affairs were settled, they just called the police to arrest him without any warning. Seeing that the few people who had just calmed down suddenly became violent again, the police comrades frowned and turned around to suppress them. Don't move. Be honest. China itself is not a very wealthy country. Although the economy is rising now, it is still lagging behind compared with some developed countries. It is precisely because of this that the country carries out various reforms, vigorously develops the economy, cultivates talents, and supports everyone to engage in industry. As a result, their country is in such a difficult situation, and these foreigners actually have the nerve to come here to defraud support funds. Shameless. And now that they have been caught, they still want to bully the young students who were used as a stepping stone by them. In the words of a policeman, it is, I have never seen such a shameless person, Smith and others. After deceiving so many people, they finally realized how it felt to be deceived and no one believed in them. I really can't delay any longer. I'm sorry, comrades from the Public Security Department, but I have to leave first. Ji Chang's followed, everyone walked out after saying hello, and even waved back. Smith and the others watched helplessly as this abominable liar, who in their opinion was 1,000 times worse than themselves, left. Before leaving. As if he was still afraid of angering them to death, he turned around and mouthed. Goodbye, noble man. It is said that the Chinese people are stupid and easy to cheat with their money. This is simply a fox den. Compared with the foreign scammers who may miss him day and night during the 30 years in prison, Ji Chang's immediately forgot about the people who had taken advantage of him for a few days after solving the matter. He got into the taxi and asked the driver while he was driving. Master, do you know that there are unfinished buildings in the richest suburbs with no people? That kind of buildings that no one lives in and no one passes by at all. The driver was very defensive. When he saw him asking these questions, he immediately became vigilant. He glanced in the rearview mirror to make sure that the person sitting behind him was a young student who looked elegant, and not a student. The ferocious big man finally relaxed a little. "Why do you ask all this?" Ji Chang smiled shyly and touched the back of his head as if he was embarrassed. "I am a student, and my classmates and I want to collect money to make a movie, but we have bought the equipment and have no money to rent the scenes, so I want to find something like that, filming where no money is charged." Filming. These past few years have been when celebrities have become popular. When the driver heard this, he became very excited. In addition, Ji Chang's appearance did not look like a bad person, so he immediately began to introduce him enthusiastically. There are several unfinished buildings in the capital, but there are only a few that no one goes to. Some buildings are inhabited by homeless people, and in some buildings children often go there to play. No one really did it? I really couldn't remember it for a while. Ji Chang's didn't show any signs of being anxious, and only spoke softly. What the crew fears the most when filming is strangers entering the camera. We still want to try to find a few places where no one goes, otherwise in case of filming, while filming, a stranger comes into the shot, and everything has to be reshot, which is too expensive and time-consuming. I know this. I also brought some people to the film and television city. It's quite hard for you to film. The driver was serious again and thought for a while, maybe in the western suburbs. There is an unfinished building in the western suburbs. The stairs have not been built for several years. The terrain there was not selected well. The first floor is prone to flooding. It seems to be particularly special. Moist. The second floor hasn't been built yet, so there probably won't be anyone there. The stairs are not covered properly. Ji Chang's kept this in mind, and according to the original owner. After the news of Mr. Jin's kidnapping and death spread, the uncovered staircase seemed to have appeared on the newspaper office. He thought for a while and asked, "Master, do you know that you can go to the second floor of that building? If the ground is wet, we may not be able to take the photo. It must be possible to go up. Otherwise, the second floor wouldn't be built, and it would probably be more difficult to get up." The driver thought again and determined that he could no longer think of any unfinished building in the capital that no one would go to. Ji Chang's has basically determined that it is the building in the western suburbs. There are not many unfinished buildings in the capital. After all, it is the capital, and development is also going on here. But basically, even if the buildings in the city are unfinished, someone will take over. That's the kind of land in the barren mountains, where half-finished construction fails and the boss runs away. Even if the land is acquired, nothing can be done. If you want to build a house, you have to knock down the building and build it again. At present, the land price in the capital has not been so high, and no one is willing to take over the house like this idiot. But there are very few idiots who build houses in the suburbs. Furthermore, because it is close to the school and there are people living nearby, it is easily regarded as a gathering place or adventure zone by students. Although it is far from the city, it can barely be used as a home indoors by homeless people. In the end, the only one left was the one in the western suburbs. Ji Chang's asked for the location, took out the map of the capital from his bag, and read it over. The unfinished building is located in the suburbs, which is close to the capital and another city. If you want to escape from the capital, it will be easier to run. In addition, a nearby road is particularly prone to large cars. Those kind of trucks are usually used to transport goods. As long as they hide in the goods, even if they encounter law enforcement officers, a vehicle full of goods is still rushing to deliver goods. People can't do it. Disassemble them one by one? Let's open them and look inside. From a criminal's perspective, this place is really the right place at the right time and the right people, with no shortage of anything. After closing the newspaper, Ji Chang's was basically convinced that this unfinished building in the western suburbs was where the kidnappers kidnapped Mr. Jin. After all, if he committed a crime, he would definitely choose this place. He asked the driver directly, "Master, do you know that you have interviewed people from the film and television city? Where do you usually rent clothes for filming in the capital? There is one in the film and television city, but you have to pay a deposit. If you go in, if someone takes the initiative. I came up to ask you if you want help. Don't believe me. I only look for clothes rental shops that have a storefront. Although the deposit is high, if the clothes are not damaged, the remaining deposit after deducting the rent will be returned to you. It is more convenient than making the clothes yourself." Ji Chang's nodded repeatedly and thanked the other party for the kind reminder. In fact, he really wanted to make his own clothes. But in the preliminary stage, isn't this a lack of money? Although it is very satisfying to harvest wool from Smith and others, these big fat sheep are not really rich people after all. For an ordinary person, this money is indeed a huge sum of money. But when it comes to making movies, even if the cost of movie shooting in this era is not as exaggerated as in later generations, it is definitely not a small amount of money. When you haven't made any money yet, just save some money and use it. What's more, although he has the intention to take these boys who were tricked by the original owner to live a good life, but people's hearts are always changeable. Rather than letting them have good food, drink, and a good life from the beginning, and fall directly into the nest of happiness, of course it will be bitter first and then sweet, and everyone will work hard together step by step to make it more cherishable. Only after you have experienced hardship will you know how hard won the sweetness is and how carefully you need to take care of it. And Ji Chang's, the leader who leads them from hardship to happiness step by step, will reach a level that ordinary people cannot imagine. The master driver was driving the car. When he heard there was no movement behind him, he turned around and saw that the young man sitting behind him had closed his eyes and fell asleep. Before, when I kept my eyes open, I only thought that the other party was pretty and looked like a good student. Now I closed my eyes and looked childish. How could such a big kid just be so busy? He's about to film a movie, and his future life is scary. It just seems a bit innocent. The entertainment industry is not an easy place to hang out, and I don't know if this young man will be cheated if he joins. But in the end, it was just a chance encounter. Even though he was muttering and thinking about a lot of things in his heart, he still said all the bad things. Over at the station, the train was about to arrive, and the considerate staff had already begun to walk hard in the aisle while shouting, "The station ahead is about to arrive at the capital. Passengers going to the capital, please be ready to salute. The station ahead is about to arrive at the capital." Lao Wu was sitting in the salute with his eyes closed and fell asleep. When he heard this sound, he woke up with a clear reminder and quickly patted the people around him. Wake up, don't sleep, we are almost at the station." The boys who were sitting on the ground or leaning against the door in various postures quickly opened their eyes, all of them sleepy and their eyes were dull. "Are we here? Arrived so soon? I thought I would have to wake up to arrive." Naturally, they were reluctant to spend money to buy seated tickets, so they all bought standing tickets. This can be regarded as a characteristic of trains in this era. There is basically no place to stop on the train, because there are always many passengers who have bought station tickets. It is impossible for them to stand for several hours or more, so they can only find a place to sit, and the best place to rest is in the middle of the two carriages. The space there is large and can accommodate people. Put it on the ground with a bow, and sit on it yourself. Just do it. And if you can't squeeze into this position, you can only sit in the aisle. All in all, a watertight picture is basically achieved. When parking, whether getting on or off the bus, it is quite troublesome for passengers. Ever since Ji Chang's told him once, Lao Wu has been constantly reminding himself, "I am the team accountant and I am the smartest person in the team besides Brother Z." A person who thinks he is the smartest will naturally have a sense of responsibility for these stupid boys. Along the way, he was reminding everyone, like a chicken mother, remember to put your money away, and take a look at valuable things from time to time. Now that we are almost at the station, he is also remembering. Everyone basically, where did you stop and squeeze through with difficulty? Reminder. When he finished reminding him and sat back down, he saw the younger brothers sitting in the same position as him, craning their necks and looking out. Lao Wu couldn't help but look outside. As a result, there were only fields passing by quickly and nothing else. He was puzzled. What are you looking at? Just look outside. This is the capital. It seems to be no different from our mountain city. Lao Wu rolled his eyes. Is this a train track? It must be the same as the train track in Chinchi. It's almost the same. If you want to see what the capital looks like, you have to go into the city and see. Although he poured cold water on them, the younger brothers were still silly and happy. For them, who have never left the mountain city in their lives, coming to the capital itself is something worth showing off. There was even a younger brother who started to worry. Fifth brother, do you think Brother Ze can really take us to make a movie? I found one before I left. I asked a relative who worked in the capital and he said that prices in the capital are extremely high, much higher than in Shaanxi. Moreover, we are outsiders and do not have a house in the capital. If we want to live here, we have to rent a house. What if the job includes food and accommodation? Fortunately, if it doesn't include food and accommodation, the rent per month would be this amount. He gestured with a number, and the expressions of the other boys changed drastically. So expensive? No, so I was shocked when I heard it. Although Brother Ze said he had a place for us to live, he is not a big boss after all. We spend a fortune every day just to live. Although he didn't say the rest, everyone understood it. If Ji Chang said he was introducing jobs to them, with food and accommodation included, they would definitely feel very at ease and not worried at all. But the problem is, Ji Chang's explained that he was the one planning and leading them to make the movie. It's true that everyone trusts Brother Ze, and it's true that they think he is an awesome college student. But what about money? How much money does he have in hand? You can't make money while making movies. Even if Ji Chang's can settle them down now, what will he do if he has nothing to do but has no money when the filming is halfway through? After a short period of happiness and yearning, these young people who got on the train to the capital seemed to have grown up a lot overnight and had a lot more to think about. Lao Wu actually felt weak in his heart. But the biggest advantage of him is that no matter how weak he is at heart, he still looks stable on the outside. Don't force me to stay here. Brother Ze is willing to take us with him when he has the opportunity to make a fortune. That's our luck. If you are really unwilling, it's too late to turn around and go back now. Brother Ze said, if you don't want to, he will refund you all the money you paid before. After finishing speaking, he thought he was an accountant and added, of course, you have to pay for the ticket to the capital? You have to pay for it yourself. He understands Brother Ze's loyalty to his brothers, and he supports it. But with so many mouths open to eat, he still had to help Brother Ze watch over the money he shouldn't have spent. The boys. They all stopped talking immediately. If they really didn't believe Ji Chang's, they wouldn't have come all this way. Really? If you don't believe it, they all took the money and stayed at home. Okay, what kind of person is Brother Ze? Don't you still know? Those gangsters, you have seen them. How do they do it? Fight every day to collect protection money, and are often chased by the police. Over here. Woolen cloth? Do you think when Brother Ze asked you to go and do something bad? If Ji Chang's were here, he would definitely add a few words in his heart. Did the original owner not want to do it? After all, I thought that even if all these people went there, they wouldn't be able to collect much money in protection fees. Moreover, it is easy to attract attention and bring trouble to him as the eldest brother. Okay, Brother Ze will definitely be outside to pick us up now. Cheer up, all of you. Don't always act like you're worried about this and that. Just do your best when you come. We've got our hands and feet. Can you still starve to death? Lao Wu mobilized himself and looked at the younger brothers. They all became nervous and said with a tigerish face, I'm going to the toilet. You all should be honest. After entering the toilet, he quickly held onto the railing, turned on the faucet and washed his face. Oh my God, this is the capital. How could he come to the capital one day? Thinking about having to face the unfamiliar local dialect of the capital in such a strange place, and going to film a movie, I feel weak in the legs. He washed his face twice to make his legs less weak, then he opened the door and went out with his head held high. He sat back in his seat, looking calm as if I have the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains deep in my heart. It's just the leg that's on the side, I don't know why, it's always shaking on its own. After getting off the bus, it was obvious that a group of people from Wang got off the bus together. In addition, none of them had that kind of honest aura, and it was obvious that they were in a group. Many pedestrians passing by were surprised. Stay away from them. Even the staff standing next to the train were looking over here, ready to rush over and stop them if anything went wrong. However, this group of young men who thought they were bumpkins from the countryside did not realize that they looked more like the big brothers who gathered to make trouble. Each one of them stood still and did not move. Seeing that everyone else had walked away, these big brothers who didn't look like good people were still standing there with expressionless faces, and the staff couldn't sit still. What do these people want to do? Are they trying to blow up the train? The two young men looked at each other and boldly walked over. When I went there, I saw so many people standing together, at least 80. This one came, and they were all wearing the same black clothes. Lao Wu was afraid of losing people, so he went to the wholesale market to buy them. Yes, I buy black clothes because black is cheaper. Moreover, none of them spoke yet. They all stood upright with little expression on their faces. They all looked ahead with solemn expressions. Some people thought they were sculptures. Anyway, it looked like someone with bad intentions. However, in fact, this group of young men who did not look like good people watched helplessly as the staff in uniforms walked straight towards them, and they were all intimidated. Brother, why are they looking at us? Is it us? What did we not do right? Lao Wu was also panicked. Shut up. Don't show your timidity. Maybe it's just a glance. But the people around us seem to be looking at us. Ah, are our clothes too torn? Why do I feel like everyone is peeking at us? Are they laughing at us? Impossible, they didn't even look at us. No, brother, they not only looked at us, they also avoided us and left. Do you dislike us? At first glance, it seems that the bumpkin is not a local. Brother, I want to go home. Lao Wu. He actually felt that those people seemed to be avoiding them and leaving. No, even though he bought the clothes wholesale, there is nothing good or bad about the black clothes. Why do those people have such poisonous eyes? You can tell them at a glance. They are bumpkins. Really? Worthy of being a native of the capital. Don't worry, you guys, don't open your mouth, your face is shocked. Don't act like we have never seen the world. We come to the capital often and are not surprised at all, not interested. The younger brother who was closest to Lao Wu was about to cry, Brother, they are coming towards us, I'm afraid. When I looked up, I saw two staff members walking toward them with clear goals. His legs became weak. He is afraid too. Don't panic. Maybe you're just passing by. Maybe you're not here for us. Don't we look pretty good? So, when the staff came over, they saw that the men in black were all silent and did not speak, only staring at them with their eyes. Although no one spoke, so many pairs of eyes were all looking over, which still caused a lot of psychological pressure to the two of them. They are vigilant in their hearts and are ready to deal with sudden dangers at any time. What are you doing standing here and not moving? Lao Wu swallowed his saliva and tried to suppress the expression on his face. Expressionless, with a calm tone, waiting for someone to pick me up. Two staff members. They looked at each other and said, if you have to wait for someone to pick you up, you have to stand out. The person picking you up won't be able to get in. Lao Wu. Brothers. They looked at each other for a moment and almost couldn't stop the expressions on their faces. The train is actually leaving? Can I see the person picking me up only after I arrive? Isn't that how it is played in TV dramas? Don't all those who send people to the train follow them? Does the train run for a while? They all panicked and looked at Lao Wu uniformly. Two staff members. This action, this tacit understanding, even if they said it was not specially trained, they would not believe it. These people are definitely not easy to get along with. Maybe he was a member of some gang. Lao Wu was under great pressure, but he still held firm. That's it? Can you please tell us, comrade, how to get out? With such a calm tone, does he really want to go out? The two staff members did not relax their vigilance. They raised their vigilance and smiled. It might be difficult to find you when you come here for the first time. Why don't we take you out? Lao Wu was so moved that he almost cried. What a good man. As expected of the capital, there are many kind-hearted people. If it were true, let him look for it himself, and he would never find it. He was extremely excited, but he did not dare to show his true face as a country bumpkin. He could only nod his head reservedly. Thank you both. Two staff members walked one behind the other, one leading the way and the other keeping an eye on the group of people. He also quietly sent a message to his colleagues, asking them to pay attention to this group of people. There was a person from the capital city in front of him, and another person from the capital city behind him. They were all in uniform. The younger brothers were so cowardly that they didn't dare to speak or show any unnecessary expressions. They all followed Lao Wu cautiously. Later, when Lao Wu walked, they walked, and when Lao Wu stopped, they stopped, not daring to miss a step. This group of people were all wearing the same clothes and walking in neat steps. They were looking ahead without even looking around. There was a staff member in front of them and a staff member behind them. It was really cool walking on the road. Many people looked over quietly and wanted to know what was going on with these people. However, the more they looked at it, the more cowardly the younger brothers became. But I don't dare to show my timidity. What if I express them? Actually, I haven't seen them. What kind of world have I been in? It's my first time to take a train. It would be too embarrassing to go out and not know if someone would pick you up. The two staff members were always in high tension, and Lao Wu was almost the same. So the group walked all the way, but no one spoke, not even a cough. The atmosphere gradually became heavy and solemn. The two staff members are also becoming more and more nervous. The closer they got to the exit, the more nervous and scared they became. I was worried that those people would take advantage of them to relax their vigilance and suddenly take out something and throw it at them. After all, this kind of thing has happened before. And finally, in everyone's silence, the exit of the station arrived. From a distance, I saw Ji Changs waiting there in white clothes, yawning while waiting. When they saw the familiar face, all the boys' eyes turned red almost instantly. They didn't care about the calm expression on Beng's face, nor did they pretend to not talk or show off. I can't speak the capital dialect anymore. Don't follow? Lao Wu didn't dare to make a mistake. All of a sudden, he was like a chicken being released from a chicken farm, running happily in the direction of Ji Chang's. Brothers E. Brothers E, are you here to pick us up? The capital is so big, and they don't even speak Mandarin. Brothers E, We don't even know that we can't see you until we get off the bus and leave the station. The two staff members were caught off guard, and they rushed over to the chicken like a mother chicken, without the expressionless and intimidating look just now. Help like a boss. The two of them were stunned on the spot. And just when they relaxed their vigilance, a sudden voice came from next to them, "Z, brother Z." They were so frightened that they almost exploded, and the hair on their bodies stood up as they looked at Lao Wu. There is another one. Under their eyes, which suddenly became vigilant again, the young man who had an old air all the way limped forward pitifully, his eyes turning red. "You guys. Wait for me, my legs are a little weak." The author has something to say, chirp. Bahi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tan Zhong Mao. Chapter 395. Chapter 336. Ji Chang's was completely surrounded by these little chickens. He is handsome and elegant, and he is dressed like a student. Most of these boys are taller than him, and their temperament also looks like that of a bad boy. If they hadn't seen him, each one of them seemed to be seeing a relative, swooping over him and murmuring without stopping to express their fear along the way. Anyone who saw the scene would have thought that Ji Chang's had been raped. Bullied. The two staff members were really confused. Just in case, they still stepped forward to ask, lest it was just a disguise, and the seemingly powerless student couldn't defeat such a large group of people. "We know each other, we are from the same hometown." Ji Chang's answered happily, patted the shoulder of the younger brother closest to him, smiled and said to the two staff members, "I found a job for them here in the capital, and called them to come over." They were young and had never left their hometown. They were a little excited when they saw me. He smiled with the Holy Father shining on his face. "This is what these children are like, please forgive me." Two staff members. They looked at Ji Chang's, who was slender and fair-skinned and in his early 20s, and then at the 1.9-meter tall children with dark faces and beards in the crowd, and their eyes suddenly became dull. "Xiao Hu, you. Why did your belly become so big?" Noticing that the staff member was looking at the tallest boy, Ji Chang's also looked over subconsciously, staring at his bulging belly with confusion. Although this little brother is the strongest one, his belly is not that big. Xiao Hu smiled shyly and opened the zipper of his coat, revealing the sweet-smelling little girl sleeping inside. Two staff members. They felt that they were just like the cat that night, with its fur blowing up and down again. It's no wonder they were wary, this scene looked too much like a trafficking scene. Among the many younger brothers, although it is Bazhu and Lao Wu who hold the most senior positions, Xiao Hu is the original owner's favorite younger brother. Without him, this Xiao Hu is very strong and fierce, and he looks like a good thug. But his brain is not very good. At best, he is not easy to turn around. At worst, he is stupid. He believes whatever the original owner says. The stupid Xiao Hu didn't notice that he was being regarded as a human trafficker. He smiled and explained. "The wind is blowing hard at the train station, and my little sister is sleepy again. I just let her sleep in my clothes." Ji Chang's vaguely remembered that Xiao Hu had a good relationship with the three brothers and sisters of the Zhao family. It is said that before the three children died, they often helped Xiao Hu, who had no father or mother. Later, when the Zhao family only had 3 children left, Xiao Hu would also send some money and rice from time to time. Although they don't have the same last name, the 4 of them are probably almost brothers and sisters. Ji Chang's quickly connected with the people present in his heart. His face showed nothing, and he just said, "It's very hot here, take my little sister out." Now that we are outside, the wind is not so strong and the sun is still shining brightly. It is indeed time to take the child out to avoid getting sunstroke again. Zhao Tian quickly picked up the girl from Xiao Hu's arms. After such a movement, Zhao Xiaomei also woke up. She rubbed her eyes and looked around in confusion. She raised her head and called out, "Brother! Brother is here, you! Go on to sleep, we have already got off the car." Seeing that Zhao Tian's face was so similar to that of his little sister that one could tell at a glance that they were related by blood, the two staff members relaxed again. Today is so exciting. As they walked, they looked back from time to time. Although there seems to be no problem, the young student seems to be really out of tune with those fellow countrymen. What if they leave and that student gets bullied? The staff left, and Ji Chang's led a group of more than 80 people out. Taxis in the capital are expensive and definitely not cost-effective, so after arriving at the train station in advance, he wandered around a few times and found a car rental agency to rent a car. I rented 2 large trucks in total, and it was no problem to fit more than 80 people into them. Filming is all about racing against time. Once the camera is turned on, every passing minute costs money, so you have to be prepared to deal with the hardship. As for dividing the money, I will calculate what percentage you can share based on the money everyone turned in. When the movie makes a profit, after deducting the initial investment and the money for hiring actors, everyone can share the rest. Ji Chang's talked about dividing the money as soon as he came up. Even if he didn't start dividing the money, he still made the more than 80 young men who believed in him and came all the way excited. "Brother Z, when will we start filming? Can we meet the stars too? What if we don't know how to act?" Being surrounded by so many people asking questions, Ji Chang's behaved quite calmly and patiently answered their questions one by one. "We can start test shooting today. See. The stars will have to wait for us after the movie is released. As for not being able to act, you don't have to worry too much about it. If you don't know how to act, you can't act. It doesn't matter. You can learn." Wow, Brother Z has become a lot gentler after visiting the capital. A younger brother raised his hand weakly and asked, "What if I can't learn it?" Ji Chang smiled. "It doesn't matter. As the saying goes, dead wood cannot be carved. I believe that my Ji Chang's younger brothers will never be dead wood." The boy said, "What if we are cookaki?" The gentle young man in a white shirt still had a smile on his face. He bent down to pick up a piece of wood on the ground and broke it with one hand in front of his brothers with a smile. "Brothers. Ji Chang's, Ji Chang's, will definitely not be cookaki, are you right?" The boys looked at the piece of wood on the ground, their voices trembling, "Yes, yes." Ji Chang smiled. He said that the original owner could make so many younger brothers willingly recognize him as their elder brother. His position was still so stable and he even controlled his speech very strictly. How could he not maintain his prestige? Of course, if the original owner doesn't have prestige, Ji Chang's doesn't mind doing it himself. Ji Chang's picked a car and sat in the passenger seat. He said to Baz who was sitting shivering in the driver's seat, "I'm commanding, please drive." The 2 trucks drove directly to the film and television city. Today, there are not that many people making movies and TV series in China. After all, everyone is still struggling to make ends meet, and the rich are still working on industry. Nowadays, starting a career is also a way to make a lot of money. The film and television city was not so crowded, so Ji Chang's brought people in to rent clothes much more smoothly. The younger brothers looked in agony as Ji Chang's handed so many bills to each other in exchange for a pile of clothes. "Brother Z, why are these clothes so expensive? Can we not buy them? I can also make clothes. Give me the fabric and I can do almost anything." Lao Wu has always assumed the role of team accountant. When he saw Ji Chang's giving out so much money as soon as he came, he felt heartbroken. Ji Chang's glanced at Lao Wu in surprise. "You? Can you still make clothes?" "Yes, doesn't my mother know how to do it? I learned it from her." "Oh, I didn't expect Lao Wu to have this skill." Ji Chang's was very surprised and patted Lao Wu on the shoulder. Okay, if we prepare our own clothes in the future, we will leave it all to you. Making things like clothes requires talent, and he saw that Lao Wu had this talent. But forget it this time. These clothes are not bought, but rented. Most of the money just now was rent. We are short of time and have no time to make the clothes ourselves. Even if they could afford to wait, Mr. Jing couldn't afford to wait. Ji Chang's asked each of them to take one piece of rented clothes, and then followed the shop owner to inquire about the prop shop, and found a place to rent a bunch of fake guns. Only then did the boys realize that the clothes they were holding were actually law enforcement uniforms. As for what kind of police officer they were, they couldn't tell. They could only tell that the clothes were handsome, as if they had seen him on TV. Brother Z, shall we play police? Xiao Hu became visibly happy, and he wished he could smile. I like being a policeman. My grandma said she likes policemen. Okay, then you try to act better. There is an open space over there. You change your clothes and get the props. I will teach you how to shoot this scene. Seeing a group of younger brothers changing their clothes very excitedly, Ji Chang's was thinking about how to teach them how to get into the act. In fact, being an actor does not necessarily require a professional background. As Ji Chang's knew, when Chinese cinema was still in its initial stages, no one knew how to train actors, so someone came up with an idea. Some actors who do not actually know how to act are trained intensively, so that they can walk around, eat and drink according to their characters, so that they can immerse themselves in the roles they are about to perform to a greater extent. However, this method is too easy to get into and out of the play, and it is not very applicable. Then let's do it the old way, practice first. People's potential is unlimited, just practice more. Anyway, these guys don't all play major roles. They just need to find a few talented people to play the scenes that show their faces a lot. As for the first scene, Ji Chang's looked back maliciously at the younger brothers who were putting their uniforms on him. This group of chicks had no idea they were being watched, and they were happily changing their clothes, laughing from time to time to judge how each other felt in their clothes. After everything has been changed, everyone is quite curious about you. Look at me and I look at you. The most neat clothes they have ever worn in their lives are probably their law enforcement uniforms. After all, uniforms have filters. Especially those who used to be gangsters and turned around and ran away when they saw the police. Looking at themselves in police uniforms in the mirror, they couldn't help but stand up straight and reach out to ruffle their hair, wanting to see. Go up and be more energetic. If this is. It would be great if my mother could see it. She really likes the police. In the past, they didn't think there was anything wrong with running around every day without doing their job, but today they put on the police uniform and stared at their dog-like appearance in the mirror, which made them feel a little uncomfortable. A little happy, but also a little regretful and envious. Naturally, I am happy because I put on these clothes and it looks like that. Naturally, I am regretful and envious because no matter how similar I am, I know deep down that it is fake. Ji Chang's did not miss the disappointed looks on the faces of his younger brothers. For Chinese people, the police, soldiers, doctors, teachers, and other professions touch them the most. To really lead this group of young people to change the original ending, it is not enough to have money. Okay, you all changed your clothes and stood up. I'll take a photo for you. I'll wash it out and send it back to you. Go and show it to your family. Even if you don't show it to your family, it's still the first priority. It's okay to keep it as a souvenir. Ji Chang's had asked them to move the equipment to the car before. Now he took out a camera he bought when he was fooling Smith, adjusted it twice, and asked the boys to line up. Stand good and look good. Are you policemen like you standing like this? Keep your chest up and your head up. Close your legs. Who is that on the left? Put on your hat. You are the police now. Are the police with such dull eyes like you? Imagine you have been the police for 5 years and have just solved a major case. Now, it's time to take celebration photos. You are high-spirited and can't help but smile on your face, but don't smile too hard. Okay, yes, that's what it feels like. Fantasy may be human nature. And most people will fantasize as usual before going to bed. Under normal circumstances, guys like these will fantasize about things that are unlikely to happen in the future. For example, if you make a fortune, your fellow villagers will envy you, and your parents will be very happy. Or maybe he has gotten ahead of himself, eating one fried dough stick every day, smoking cigarettes that cost 5 yuan a pack, and going out to restaurants every day. Of course, fantasizing about these things is not because they are simple or pragmatic, but because the information they know about rich people is limited, and the best they can do is fantasize about this. But it was different now. Ji Chang's directly drew a path for them. He said directly, "You are a policeman, your profession is respected by everyone, and you are proud of your identity. You have just experienced a thrilling battle and captured more than a dozen illegal elements. Now to celebrate, the police station said that after taking your photos, they will be placed in the lobby so that all seniors and juniors can see you at first sight when they come in." Just thinking about it, the boys felt as if they had really experienced all this, and this was the peak moment of their lives. This is also their advantage. They have never seen anything in the world, and they don't know many things. But it is precisely because of this that they will listen to Ji Chang's words even more. As long as the leader they trust is smart and for their own good, their lives will go on happily and smoothly. Seeing that everyone had adjusted their posture, Ji Chang's pressed the shutter. The flash went off, and 82 young people were wearing their first set of filming clothes, carrying fake guns that looked real, and wearing hats with badges, smiling happily and seriously at the camera. If this photo were taken out, some people would probably think it was really a police photo. Not bad, the condition is maintained very well. Here, let me tell you about the scene. Ji Chang's wiped the floor and sat down cross-legged. The boys formed a circle around him, but no one sat down for fear of getting their clothes dirty. Ji Chang's didn't tell them that it was normal for their clothes to get dirty when filming. He directly said, "This script is about the heroine starting a business along the way and finally becoming famous." The young heroine was born in an ordinary family. There are 2 older brothers in the family. Yes, the younger sister will play the role of the young heroine. Zhao Tian and Zhao De will act in your true colors and play the role of the older brother. The 2 most terrifying things when filming are the 2 magic tools. One is to shoot actors who are young and naive, and the other is to shoot pets. What they have in common is that as long as they are unwilling to cooperate, it will be useless even if you bring me here. Therefore, when young actors are filming, it is best to be accompanied by close relatives to facilitate coaxing the children. Ji Chang's and his crew were poor and couldn't afford to hire other actors, so they simply let Zhao Xiaomei's real brother go into battle. My little sister is young, and she plays the role of a young heroine. I estimate that she has about 5 scenes to shoot, and her compensation is this amount. Ji Chang's took out his universal notepad and wrote a series of numbers on it. Zhao Tian was shocked and waved his hand quickly. "Boss, there are too many, my little sister is so young. It's just because I'm a child that I have to pay so much. The market price is what it is, and the money won't go to outsiders." Seeing that Zhao Tian wanted to talk again, Ji Chang's overcame him. "One glance, you don't give me any crap. I'm the boss and I have the final say. Also, didn't I tell you before? Don't call me boss when you go out. Call me Brother Z. Are you afraid that people won't suspect us of being a gang?" Zhao Tian quickly shut up, looking hesitant to say something else, but Ji Chang's ignored him. "You and your brother played about a dozen scenes, and you were paid so much. There are 2 main characters, and one scene costs so much money. Ji Chang's made a gesture, which made the eyes of the younger brothers gleam. With so much money, even if they only filmed 2 or 3 scenes, they would still make a fortune. The main role is very important, and you can't just play it at a young age like a little girl, so I have to pick it out from among you. Now everyone has the same starting point. It's up to you. Who of you can act well and can act well? Ji Chang's arranged everything properly, ordinary characters, faceless ones, so many in one scene. He wrote another number. With the high remuneration provided by the main characters in front of them, the younger brothers seemed much calmer when faced with this ordinary price. Ji Chang's continued, "Isn't it that you? After you play one ordinary role, you can't play another one. Anyway, they are just passerby A, customer B, boss C. They just put on makeup and the audience won't recognize them, so they can't get the main role. People who play the role don't have to worry about making money. As long as there are enough actors, you can still make money by filming more scenes." As soon as these words came out, the boys, who just now felt that they had no acting talent, became happy again because they were afraid that they would only get ordinary remuneration this time. In particular, Ji Chang's was still there to encourage them, even if you really can't act, you can still do other jobs on the crew, such as scene management and lighting. As long as you can learn it, you don't have to study hard. Whatever I can do, I will definitely arrange it for my own people. Those things you can't learn, there's nothing I can do about it, so I'll hire professionals. All in all, it's just one sentence: I've tried my best to give you job opportunities. It's up to you whether you can grasp it. If you can't play the main role, then go for ordinary roles. If ordinary roles don't work, then go for it. Learn about positions in the film crew that require technical content. Those who are stupid can't learn, just do odd jobs, do on-the-spot chores, manage props, and keep accounts. If these are not good enough, then it's not a question of whether the brain is smart or not, it's a question of unwillingness to work hard. It's better to take advantage of the situation. Go home early and farm. In terms of inspiring people's emotions, Ji Chang's ranks second, but no one dares to rank first yet. He stood up, surrounded this group of young men who were obviously tall and powerful, but didn't even lower their heads in front of him, and said, "I'll give you all the opportunities. If you can't catch them, I'll drive them back. Wait for 10 or 8 years, I watched other people asking for money, wives, and wives. When I became famous, I was surrounded by people asking for autographs when I went out. But I am a pauper who knows no one, has no money, and cannot afford a wife. At a time like this, just go ahead and cry." If this were said in future generations, most people would be immune to it. After all, everyone has heard this from the teacher since they were in school, and almost every boss in the class said the same thing. If they just changed the soup without changing the medicine, they would have been immune to it a long time ago. But it's still different now. Ji Chang's had just aroused the passion in his heart by asking them to wear police uniforms and imagine that they were real police officers. It was at this exciting time that he learned that he could not only be famous for a short while acting. The money is right in front of you in every game. Even those who don't have the brains can get money as long as they work hard, which is much more than what they earn by moving bricks in the mountain city. Apart from anything else, after filming a TV series, you might be able to save enough money to build a house. Ji Chang said that it was not that the price he gave was too high, but that it was now cheaper to build a house on his own foundation. Seeing that the younger brothers were all excited, and the foundation was laid, Ji Chang's deployed the mission. Of course, before deploying the mission, you have to add more firepower to them. I'll develop the photos right away. While it's close to the post office, you guys can send them to your family and write a letter to say you're safe. People, they always like to return home in fine clothes. If you are not doing well, you will always feel ashamed to go back. If you are doing well, you will want to put all the good things on yourself before returning home. For these young people, even if they just put on a police uniform as a costume for filming, it is almost the same as returning home in glory. They can both film and appear on TV, so why not make their family members happy as well? Thinking about how majestic they looked when they first put on the police uniforms, Brother Zee said that if this photo was not labeled and fell to the ground, the person who picked it up might think they were real police officers. The younger brothers were very excited at the thought of sending such good photos to their families. Even if it's fake, it makes me happy. Ji Chang's first calmed down the scene by hitting a stick, then gave him a sweet date, and finally hung a carrot in front of him. The set of operations went smoothly and only took 2.5 hours. After waiting to ensure that this group of younger brothers were no longer obedient just because of his boss status, but had more lofty ideals and goals, earning, and would never run away without being tossed around, Ji Chang's he moved his wrist. Okay, you can let go. In the first scene, someone kidnapped the middle-aged heroine who had already had a successful career. However, the heroine was smart and called the police in a way that normal people would not think of. Even the kidnapping was within her expectation. She just took advantage of the situation and used herself as bait to catch the remaining people. The younger brothers didn't understand much, but they also heard that the heroine was very smart, and they all nodded seriously. Ji Chang's continued, this scene is about the heroine being kidnapped in an unfinished building. Just when the kidnappers were getting proud, the police broke in. Oh wait, there is no door in the unfinished building, so the police, they sneaked in quietly, climbed all the way to the second floor, and then surrounded each other with guns raised. You must be careful and gentle when entering. Then when you face the kidnappers, the camera will show each of your faces, so the expressions on your faces must be expressionless. A younger brother raised his hand, boss, how do you act with a blank face? Ji Chang's thought for a while, just follow the expression on your faces when you just left the train station. Oh! Everyone suddenly realized. That's no problem, we can do it, boss. Okay, let me continue. There is someone in this plot who needs to read his lines. Let's see who will read them. All the boys looked at Lao Wu. Lao Wu. He looked at Ji Chang's, who was also looking at him, and felt that his legs were weak again. Boss, I can't do it. Ji Chang's, for the first scene, I want a good start. One line costs 10 yuan. Lao Wu. His expression instantly became serious, and his vision was filled with the unique sense of justice and solemnity unique to police comrades. I can do it. Boss, just ask me, even if you ask me to talk from morning to night, I can do it. Very good. Ji Chang's handed him a script book. Just follow what you said above. We will rush over to take pictures right away. First, we will film you sneaking into the unfinished building, then climbing up to the second floor and pointing the gun at the kidnappers. After everyone raises their guns, it's time for you to say your lines. You must memorize them clearly and memorize them along the way. Lao Wu took the script book and looked a little scared at the lines on it. Brother Zee, what if I can't recite it well? Ji Chang's patted him on the shoulder. The person the gun was aimed at was not the kidnapper. Lao Wu. I will carry it well. The plot is that the heroine knew before that someone wanted to kidnap her and deliberately allowed herself to be kidnapped, so she smiled after seeing the police controlling the kidnapper. What you focus on is the sense of justice, the sense of urgency, and the feeling of being well trained and being able to complete tasks quickly without saying a word. Do you understand? The younger brothers shook their heads in unison. Ji Chang's was not surprised. It doesn't matter, I will help you get into the act. Let's go, let me first take you to familiarize yourself with the venue. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. If you can't shoot well, practice again and again. The main thing is to capture the state, which is the state of, I am a policeman. At this moment, the boys still don't understand what Ji Chang said about how to catch the state. When everyone got in the car and drove all the way to the western suburbs, stopping the car and gathering before reaching the destination, they were confused. Where's the unfinished building? That's right, Brother Z, didn't you say that our shooting location is in an unfinished building? Surrounded by a group of chickens, Ji Changs calmly said, have you ever seen a policeman arrest someone with great fanfare? If he really drove there in a car, wouldn't the gangsters hear the noise and run away before they even get to the place? But aren't we acting? Ji Chang slapped the speaker on the head, I just told you. You need to be in good shape. You need to be professional. You have not been acting since elementary school, and you have never even sung in an opera. What if? If you don't work hard, can you act like it? He raised his voice, remember, you are not ordinary people now. You are the police. You are the police who have just received the report and found out the location of the extremely vicious gangsters. You are still far away from the unfinished building. I got off the car some distance away because I was afraid that the sound of the car would expose me. You hold the gun, bend down, lower your head, hide in the grass, keep your footsteps as light as possible, and no one will make a sound. Under the leadership of your leader, you head towards the unfinished building. You have only one goal, which is to successfully control the gangsters and rescue the hostages. Ji Chang's Express. He gave himself a new identity, I will be your instructor from now on. He broke off a branch and said, if any policeman makes any noise on the road or runs too obscenely, he doesn't look like a policeman at all. Then don't blame me for killing him. The boys looked at each other in confusion. None of them knew what filming was really like, and they didn't know if this learning method was correct. Ji Chang said this, and they just listened to it. Seeing a group of people running ahead according to his instructions, Ji Changs followed behind with branches, feeling that it was better to use his own people. If they really hire those extras, even if they want to make money, they probably won't be willing to accompany a new director like Ji Changs to fool around here. Be quieter. Xiao Hu, lower your head. You are so tall. Are you afraid that others won't notice you? Right. Everyone speed up. At your speed, by the time you reach the place, the gangsters will have already escaped. Not to mention, a group of people wearing police uniforms and carrying guns on their backs were running through the grass, followed by an instructor who kept correcting their movements and facial expressions. The boys really felt like they were real police officers. Observe the illusion of training at this moment. Their movements gradually became more regular. It wouldn't work if they weren't regular. This was indeed acting, but when they were fighting, Brother Ze was really fighting. After running like this for about 20 minutes, a group of young men who were in the right mood saw the figure of the unfinished building. Ji Changs lowered his voice from behind, what did we teach you in the police academy? Do you still remember? Take rescuing the hostages as the first criterion. After entering, you must relax and relax again without making any noise, and then quickly climb up to the second floor. The younger brothers all nodded seriously. Climbing stairs is absolutely no problem. At their age, who hasn't been afraid of trees and dug out birds' nests when they were young? Ji Changs looked like I am the real coach and stretched out his hand in front of him, is it okay? Isn't this the posture they often use at the end of pep rallies? The boys put their hands up with familiarity, and then pressed down together. Whisper, no problem. Okay. Let's go. Ji Changs took out his stopwatch, I'll count for you. He turned around and pressed the watch, then wiped the expression on his face and looked back again, that's pretty much it, as long as you maintain the same state as before. Halfway through, he stopped talking and saw that there was only one piece left in front of him. In the grassy place, he seemed to be looking at Zhao Tian, who was holding his little sister with a blank look on his face. Where are they? Zhao Tian hugged his sister and looked confused. Go in, go in. Ji Chang suddenly looked like, are you kidding me? Who let them in? My equipment hasn't been moved in yet. When Zhao Tian saw it, he got angry and immediately panicked. Me, them, brother Zi, you just said counting. Yes, am I not teaching them to enter the state? Ji Chang's completely ignored himself and walked forward cursing, these little bastards are disobedient when they should be obedient, and they are so obedient when they shouldn't be. Now that they have used their physical strength, how can they help me move equipment later? In the unfinished building, the boys who didn't know they were being scolded entered the building slowly, as if they were going to school. After first glancing around to make sure there was no danger on the first floor, Lao Wu turned back and nodded to the others, waved his hand, and made a gesture to climb up. Ji Chang's had just taught him this posture, and after using it, he felt extremely handsome. Quite the demeanor of a general. There was a voice coming from upstairs. It was the voice of a man laughing evilly, just leave him here like this. No one is coming here anyway. He starved to death himself. Even if he is discovered, he doesn't care about our business. Then someone's mouth was gagged, and they made desperate moans. Oh. It turns out that this is how filming was done, and it sounds very real. I don't know how much they get paid per game. It should be higher than amateurs like them. The layman Lao Wu didn't understand at all that there couldn't really be only a few actors there during the filming. He really thought that it would start now, so he immediately led the people up like a monkey. The other boys had no lines and no superfluous actions. Anyway, Brother Zi asked them to just follow Brother 5, so they just followed. 79 people, relying on their talent for climbing trees since childhood and the training they received all the way, actually managed to make no sound at all. After going up smoothly, they saw the female heroine who was tied to a pillar not far away, as well as 5 or 6 big men with tattoos. Professional. He even got a tattoo. Lao Wu admired him from the bottom of his heart, but his face was very amused. When the few people with their backs were not paying attention, the group raised their guns and advanced quietly. When we reached the area that Brother Zi had mentioned, Lao Wu sternly yelled, "Police! No! Move!" The kidnappers who were eating instant noodles were so frightened that their hands shook and the instant noodles fell to the ground. They picked up the knife with a fierce look in their eyes and wanted to fight. Turning around, he was faced with nearly 80 police officers and their guns raised in their hands. Kidnappers. Isn't this battle a little too big? The author has something to say. I looked at the nutrient solution today and found that I needed to add 45,000, so I plan to add an update. As a result, I looked through the front before typing, and found that I didn't add the 30,000 UN update. I remember I added an extra chapter one day. So now I have to add double updates. This chapter is updated on the 12th. The next chapter will be updated at 2 o'clock. Lily is free and the fastest update without anti-theft or anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 396. The kidnappers probably never dreamed that one day, they, ordinary bad guys, would face the day when they would be charged, shot, gunned down, or mouth-to-mouth. Along with the assault rifles, there seemed to be a full 70 or 80 policemen with serious faces and indifferent expressions. They stood frozen on the spot. Lao Wu and the younger brothers didn't feel anything was wrong. After all, according to the script, this is the time for them to say their lines. When Lao Wu opened his mouth, he had to speak. Before he could say the lines he had memorized fluently along the way, one of the kidnappers suddenly raised his voice and shouted in an almost sharp tone. "Don't come over. Lao Wu." He frowned and glanced at the other party. What happened to the actor who played the kidnapper? Why did you bring yourself to add lines? Looking at the other person sweating profusely, fear written all over his face, his legs trembling, and veins popping up all over his forehead. The doubts and unhappiness in his heart turned into admiration. What is an actor? This is what you call an actor. Just 2 words, professional. Even the kidnapper's desperate psychology of fear and collapse when facing the police can be vividly portrayed. Too strong. The kidnapper showed no signs of despair. They are really desperate. They are from the same village, and have been involved in petty theft since childhood. This is the first time they have done something big. Since they have no technical content and no past experience, they can only start with famous people. Mr. Jin is the only one who often appears in the news but doesn't like driving and is easy to attack. If you don't arrest him, who will arrest him? They were also afraid that the matter would be exposed, so they did not dare to put the person back alive and planned to tear up the vote and run away with the money. As a result, I just made the call and was about to take the money and leave. Why did the police come? There are still so many policemen. They were armed with guns, and they were armed with knives. No matter how blind or stupid they were, the kidnappers knew that they would definitely not be able to defeat these 70 or 80 armed policemen. Can we not collapse? Can we not despair? Lao Wu originally wanted to stop questioning the other party and ask him how he could change his lines at will, but when he saw sweat and tears on the face of the robber actor who was the first to shout, he knelt on the ground with a bang and begged for mercy. The desire to win in his heart also disappeared. Got excited. Although these people are professionals, but Brother Menz is still the director. You can't lose Brother Z's people. He immediately raised his chest and raised his head, looking forward, with a face full of justice, and said righteously, Zhang Long, Wang Hu, and Lu Xing, you 3 killed a total of 12 people, and you also hid drugs from drug dealers. If you don't surrender, we have the right to shoot you. After saying that, he raised his right hand and waved it. All the boys immediately loaded their guns in order as Ji Chang's taught them before. The robbers were completely confused. We don't call it this name. Officer, you arrested the wrong person, you arrested the wrong person. Lao Wu breathed a sigh of relief, he finally understood the script. In the script, the gangsters just saw something exposed and deliberately paralyzed the police in order to escape. However, the clever heroine had already seen through them, and the police did not distrust these kidnappers. In the end, they told the truth after being taken to the police station. They were indeed those people. The reason why they kidnapped the heroine was because they had been helping the heroine's enemies. This time the money was paid to kill the heroine. It's just that after the heroine found out about this, she used her plan to deliberately reveal that she was very rich, leading the kidnappers to earn another ransom before killing her. Quickly running through the script in his mind, Lao Wu continued to read the lines, don't try to quibble. In order to arrest you, we dispatched police forces from 2 police stations. Now, the outside has been surrounded by police. Anyone who knows what you are looking for, surrender immediately. If you do anything untoward, we have the right to kill you on the spot. Zhao Di, who was left downstairs, looked up, pointed the gun/muzzle on his body at the kidnappers, and pressed a button. Immediately, several small red dots appeared on the bodies of the 2 leaders. Kidnappers. They also gained a lot of knowledge in order to become bad guys. This is, sniper. They just kidnapped one person. There were dozens of police officers in front of him, and they were also surrounded by police officers outside. There were also snipers taking aim nearby. The legally illiterate kidnappers were completely bewildered. Even an experienced person might not be able to escape from such a situation. Their hands became weak, and so did their legs. Both legs began to tremble. Is Lao Wu still there? Then read the lines, I'll count to 3. If you don't give up resistance, we'll shoot immediately. 3, 2. Don't shoot, don't shoot. After a few pops, the kidnappers knelt down neatly. Tears and snot. He bled a lot and kowtowed crazily as if he wanted to knock his head off. This is really our first time, sir. It's really true. It's our first time even in kidnapping. In the past, we only sneaked things and watched a woman take a bath. Sir, we are really unjust. We really don't have that name. They kowtowed with great force. After only a few kowtows, their foreheads were bruised. However, a few of them seemed not to feel it and continued to kowtow desperately. The younger brothers who watched it all felt that their heads ached. Damn it, I can't blame him for being a professional. It hurts to look at it. I didn't expect that acting is quite a waste of brains. They admired her in their hearts, but they didn't dare to show fear on their faces because they couldn't continue to perform, so they could forget about it in front of their own people. If they make mistakes in front of outsiders, they still have to face it. You guys, go tie them up. Lao Wu gave the order before he remembered. Oh, the props are still there? In the car. What are they tied up with? Fortunately, these kidnappers were professionals. When they saw that the police were no longer planning to kill them, they quickly grabbed the rope next to them while crying with snot and tears. Sir, we are really innocent. We don't know those people you are talking about at all. While handing over the rope, he looked at the gun on the policeman in front of him with fear in his eyes. Lao Wu has watched so many TV series and movies, and this is the first time he has encountered a kidnapper who actively handed the rope to the police. Obviously, there must be no such kidnappers in reality. So it must have been these actors and teachers who saw that they didn't bring any props, so they helped them get around it. I didn't expect that these actors and teachers were not only good at acting, but also so helpful and considerate. Lao Wu was so moved that he wanted to treat these teachers to a drink after the performance. Although he had no money, if he asked Brother Zi to borrow money, Brother Zi would still borrow it. On the surface, they became more upright and looked seriously as they watched the boys tie up these actors and teachers. Although the boys used to say that he was a gangster, the biggest bad thing he did was stealing chickens and eating, and he never kidnapped anyone. They were worried, and Brother Zi didn't teach them on the way. But fortunately, these people are all smart. Looking at the actors and teachers who were squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands, they thought of how they had learned to tie pigs from their elders when they were killing pigs at home. After some operations, the police tied several people in series to a stick and silently returned to Lao Wu. There were no lines in the script. Lao Wu. Seeing that the actors and teachers didn't say stop, he coughed dryly and said, "Okay, take it back to the bureau." Several kidnappers breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that they had indeed put away their guns and were not planning to kill them. Fortunately, they surrendered quickly enough, otherwise they would have been identified as drug trafficking criminals. If they were arrested again, they would not have been shot twice. Just this tone? Just as he relaxed, a man's voice suddenly came from downstairs. He seemed to be angry about something, and his tone was full of annoyance. What to bring back? Ji Chang said this after seeing them tie up the people. As expected, Lao Wu and the others had 79 people in total, plus the ones in their hands. Gun and sniper, the kidnappers resisted because they were crazy. He pretended to be angry. What's the matter with you? I ran away before I finished speaking, and took him back to the bureau. Everyone is like you, so why should I command and catch gangsters? Just kill him. Gangsters. Their eyes widened in an instant, and they looked at the police in front of them with horrified eyes. As soon as Lao Wu and the others heard Ji Chang's voice, they immediately lowered their heads and looked down. Brother Zi, do you want to change it to shoot to death? Ji Chang seemed to be because they didn't understand what was wrong until now, so he rolled his eyes angrily. Yes, kill him. Kill him now. He was scolding him while climbing up. I'm really convinced by you, so I turned around and pinched my watch. When I turned around, no one was there. How can I safely lead you like this? Come down and give me a hand. Well, I haven't climbed a tree in 800 years and I can't climb it. Lao Wu looked at Ji Chang's who was climbing up, and then at the kidnappers who were about to pee with fright. He lowered his head and looked at the gun in his hand. Just start. He raised his gun and pointed it at the head of the actor teacher who played the kidnapper, smiled in a friendly manner, and said to the other party in a discussion tone, "Sorry, I'll try first." In the eyes of the kidnappers, it was this young man in police uniform who raised his gun at him because of his boss's order, and the muzzle of the gun was almost pressed against their forehead. But the other party, obviously about to take his life, still smiled. The more calm the smile, the more frightened the kidnapper is. Lao Wu. But at this moment, he touched the muzzle of the gun and muttered to himself, "It shouldn't hurt, right? There doesn't seem to be any bullets in it." Kidnapper, no, no. Crack. Lao Wu pulled the trigger directly. Kidnapper. His eyes turned white and he fainted. Lao Wu admired him even more. He turned back to Ji Chang's who climbed up and said, "Brother Zi, this teacher is really good. He even pretends to be dead." Ji Chang stood still and cursed directly. I said, "Can't you hear the sarcasm? Use your brains and think about it. There is no equipment here. It's a crappy act. Everyone is not active in work at ordinary times, but they run fast when they make mistakes. Do you know how tired I am of chasing you?" After saying that, he glanced at the several kidnappers on the ground who had looked horrified after witnessing their companions being shot to death, with disgust on their faces. "Who brought this person? You brought such an ugly person and didn't tell me?" "Not a word." "They? Aren't they invited by you, Brother Zi?" Lao Wu was scolded and looked confused. Ji Chang's looked at the vaguely tied figure not far away. "What is that for? Did you also find it?" "The heroine." The two of them talked nonchalantly for a few words, and Lao Wu also remembered that the heroine was still tied up. Heroine. It must be at the star level. He couldn't figure out the classification of actors. His heart was trembling. He hurried over to untie the rope to show his courtesy. While untying it, he said, "I'm sorry, teacher, I just forgot about you. My name is Lao Wu, and your name is, Mom." A shrill scream echoed throughout the unfinished building. "Brother Zi. Why does the heroine still have a beard?" The author has something to say. The nutrient solution reaches 30,000 yuan this month. Click below. There is another update. Lily is free and the fastest update. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 397. Lao Wu suffered great psychological trauma. It was rare that Ji Chang's was not harsh on him, but instead expressed his understanding. After all, not everyone can maintain their mentality after suddenly seeing a bald man while full of longing to see a goddess. Of course, as an unknowing and innocent new director, he also acted confused enough. He ran over and was stunned for several seconds. "Mr. Jin." New director Ji Chang's, who is a young student, seems to have not yet reacted. "You? Didn't you mean that you don't act?" He also mentioned giving Mr. Jin a role in the movie before, but this big boss who is dedicated to making money clearly understood that he couldn't act at all, so he declined. "Mr. Jin." He was also confused. When the kidnappers asked Chang Xiang how to let him die freely, he was already desperate. And when the police surrounded the kidnapper like magic soldiers descending from the sky, although he couldn't see the specific situation because he was tied to a pillar from the side and could only listen with his ears, he could still hear it. Full of hope. When the kidnappers were caught, Mr. Jin wanted to cry on the spot. He even waited until he was rescued and then sent a pennant to the police station. He had already thought about what words to write on the pennant. When he suddenly heard a familiar voice, he thought it was just a voice image. When Ji Chang stood in front of him with a surprised look on his face, he was completely stunned. "Nagasawa-san, you. This is..." He only remembered that the police had just said that the kidnapper was a drug dealer or a murderer, and suddenly he saw Ji Chang's appearing at the arrest scene, with the group of police behind him looking like he was the leader. As expected of someone who invests in the entertainment industry, Mr. Jin immediately thought of Ji Chang's as a plainclothes lurker waiting to catch criminals. Otherwise, these kidnappers were so careful and chose this dilapidated building that no one came to. How could so many police officers come to find them? He immediately wanted to cry and laugh at the same time, his eyes filled with tears of emotion. He just opened his mouth to thank his savior, but before he could say anything, Ji Chang said with a look on his face, "What on earth is going on? I'm filming. These are my fellow villagers, and it's their first time filming. I'm going to take them to get familiar with the location and shoot the first scene." The young students looked around, then looked back at the younger brothers. "What's going on? What did you just do?" The younger brothers don't know what's going on, they just subconsciously feel cowardly. He hugged the gun in his hand and said, "We are acting against each other. Didn't you, Brother Z, say that the kidnapper has captured the heroine? Are we going to surround the kidnapper and rescue the heroine?" "Yes. Ji Changs, I'm bringing you here to shoot the scenes from your perspective first. The actors for the kidnapper and the heroine haven't been cast yet. I'm not even looking for an actor. Who did you besiege? Who did you rescue?" Lao Wu pointed to the unconscious kidnapper number 1 on the ground and the other kidnappers whose faces looked as if they were in a dream. "We're laying siege to them." Pointing at Mr. Jin again, he turned away and said, "Rescue him. Mr. Jin, look at Ji Chang's and then at the police." He also came back to his senses. "You. Where are you filming?" Ji Chang's nodded, looked at Mr. Jin, then looked at the kidnapper. "You, were really kidnapped?" Mr. Jin nodded. "Both sides, you look at me and I look at you." After Ji Chang's was silent for a second, he jumped back in fright. "Oh my God! They are real kidnappers. Quick, quick, quick. Control them." The younger brothers were startled, and reflexively followed the boss's instructions when they went up, and a group of demons danced wildly. Ji Chang's, a gentle student with no power at all, did not push forward, but just circled around and gave instructions. "Knife, knife, knife. Throw the knife aside. Don't just beat people up, tie the rope more tightly. Oh my God. It's so scary, so scary. Xiao Hu, Xiao Hu. You stand behind me and protect me. If those kidnappers dare to look at me, beat them up, you know." Lao Wu. "Call the police." After an hour, the police car screamed outside, and several kidnappers were escorted into the car by real police officers. A police comrade was writing notes with his head down. He accidentally looked up and saw Ji Chang sitting on a rock drinking hot water wearing a blanket. Behind him were a group of cowardly young people with shocked faces. A group of people huddled together as if they were hugging each other for warmth, which looked extremely pitiful. Classmate Ji Chang's. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he had just said goodbye to him in the morning and saw him again in the afternoon when he was arresting the prisoner. "Hello, Uncle Police." Ji Chang's held the hot water and greeted obediently, "We meet again, what a coincidence." The comrade police officer looked at the blanket he was wearing and said, "What is this?" "I'm the director who brought people to the police drama and ended up meeting the real kidnapper." Play. Ji Chang's was familiar with the situation and explained to himself. Because of his young age and tenderness, he has been the object of love since the police arrived. The police comrades then looked at the young men in police uniforms who were sitting next to each other with hot water in their hands and expressed their understanding. It is said that the reporter was very frightened because they thought the other person was an actor, so they had a short-term exchange and confrontation with several kidnappers without knowing it. This is a very vicious gangster who kidnaps people and then kills them. Who wouldn't be afraid of someone who can kill people? Ji Chang saw him looking at his younger brother and explained. These are the people I have to pick up at the station today. I was supposed to be filming the first scene today. I took them to change clothes and come to the filming location as soon as I got off the station. But I didn't expect that the first day would be so exciting. They were a little bit scared. I was definitely scared. I didn't feel it during the filming. When I came back to my senses now, I realized that I had just been confronting real kidnappers, especially the boys who had had close contact with real kidnappers. Their faces turned pale with fear. Maybe it was because I was too scared to see them, so the police specially sent a female police officer to take notes. When asked what the kidnappers had done, Lao Wu trembled at the memory. They were very fierce, holding such big knives, with ferocious faces, and they looked at us as if they would stab us in the next second. He almost cried as he spoke, "It's very, very scary." Yes, yes, they look at us very fiercely. They are desperados. Bazhu added next to him that he had actually been following Lao Wu. Although he didn't have any lines, he still carefully observed the acting skills of these kidnappers with the mentality of learning from the senior teachers. At this moment especially have the right to speak. After seeing us, they immediately wanted to take action and threw the instant noodles on the ground. Lao Wu also recalled this, and his nose suddenly turned red. At that time, I thought, instant noodles are so expensive, they just throw them away. It turns out that they are real kidnappers, so it's no wonder. Psychopathic, really scary. Ji Chang's listened, and did not correct Lao Wu's statement that throwing away instant noodles to waste is equivalent to mental illness. He just followed him and sat weakly on the side. When I came up, the kidnappers were still staring at me. I have never seen the kidnappers. I'm afraid they will break away and attack us. With a deadly attack, they were quickly subdued. Yes, yes, they have all killed people. They still want to starve the heroine to death. No, it's Mr. Jin. We all heard it. A bunch of arrogant young men? Interjected to add. The car door opened, revealing the kidnapper with shackles on his hands. When he was put into the car, 83 people, including Ji Chang's and the Zhao family brothers and sisters, screamed in surprise and shrank back in fright. Ji Chang's also corrected the police comrades. Uncle Police, look at them, they are staring at us like this. If we hadn't reacted quickly and subdued them first, our lives would have been at risk. It might be gone. 5 kidnappers with bruises and swollen faces. They looked at the large crowd of people sitting outside and listened to the accusations made by these people, and almost fainted. Because several of his teeth were knocked out, he could only open his mouth vaguely. You fart. Can 5 of us brothers beat you, 70 or 80 people? After being scolded by him, more than 80 people suddenly exclaimed in fear, and collectively moved back, trembling. Ji Chang's had a look on his face. Look at you, they are still quibbling. They are holding knives, such big knives. Kidnappers. You guys are holding guns. Ji Chang's lowered his head and sighed. It was our first time to make a movie. My fellow countrymen were too timid to be alone, so I had to ask someone who had studied in college to help me find a job. I didn't expect that on my first day in the capital, I would meet such a heartless and vicious perverted murderer. I don't know if the movie can be made. It's really, The young student became more and more sad as he spoke. His eyes were red on his fair face. He wiped the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand. The female police officer who looked directly at him became so motherly that she quickly poured another glass of hot water and handed it to him. "You have done a good thing. If it weren't for you, the hostages would have been killed. This saved people's lives. We will apply to the higher authorities to commend you." Mr. Jin also limped over and patted Ji Chang's shoulder gratefully. Ji Chang's wanted to make a movie and buy equipment before but couldn't find anyone, so he helped connect people and found connections for free. Ji Chang's came to film today and happened to save him. He couldn't help but think that if he hadn't helped, Ji Chang's wouldn't be here today. You can't save yourself. While feeling that people should do some good deeds, he patted the other person's shoulder gratefully. "Nagaze, don't worry, you saved my life. I will definitely help you make this movie." Ji Chang's nodded, as if he was still in shock and couldn't help himself. "Thank you. Actually, I don't have much else to do. I just thought of the ferocious looks of these kidnappers when I closed my eyes, and I was a little scared. The kidnappers who were beaten in the car until there was no good piece of meat on their bodies. You farted. It was obviously you who asked them to beat us. Don't think we didn't see it. You were so happy to laugh beside us when we were being beaten. And you. This gang of thugs. You are so damn cruel." Being frightened, the little chickens shrank back behind Ji Chang's in fear. Ji Chang's patted them comfortingly and said, "Don't be afraid, the comrades in the police have already arrested the people. Don't be afraid, we have to believe in the police comrades." The policeman next to the car immediately closed the door and said, "You guys, be honest. Don't intimidate witnesses. Be careful of increasing the sentence." After closing the door, he immediately lowered his voice and said calmly, "Nagaze-san, don't worry, they will go to jail and will not threaten you. You can relax a little. Kidnappers. We are the ones who get beaten. We are the ones who suffer the worst. We are the ones who are frightened. We. Is it us? Ah. The author has something to say. Additional update on the nutrient solution reaching 45,000 this month. Okay. It's fixed. Updated to 15,000. Keep asking for nutrient solution. Pray for it. Love you tweets. Behi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 398. The kidnappers were taken away. Mr. Jin was so frightened, and he was a witness and needed to go to the hospital, so he also followed the car. Ji Chang sent out the second Bazhu to face the kidnappers, but the rest still had to stay for filming. As for Lao Wu, who was the first to face the kidnappers, was not sent out. With so many people, only Lao Wu was very skilled at memorizing the words. Of course, because they still have to move the equipment, adjust the location of the equipment, and assign people to learn how to use the equipment, maybe they won't start filming for the first time until Bazhu comes back. Although Ji Chang's has always behaved with ease in front of his younger brothers, it has to be said that making a movie is not an easy task. At least for now, Ji Chang's cannot achieve it alone. Fortunately, although his gang of brothers are stupid, they are also obedient. Ji Chang's just thought that he was a thousand-handed man, directing other hands to move there. The younger brothers are also obedient and are willing to be the tools for them to do whatever Ji Chang's says. And the remaining younger brothers who have not been discovered to have the talent to use equipment are not idle either. They have to practice according to Ji Chang's instructions over and over again, how a policeman should move and how he should behave. This originally gloomy and unfinished building became almost visibly lively. When they first arrived in the capital, everyone was still timidly worried about the future. In just one day, they no longer worried about the future at all. While eating, Ji Chang's gave Lao Wu the bill. "From now on you will be the crew accountant." Lao Wu held the small book and was pleasantly surprised. "Brother Zi, Can I also take care of the accounts now? Ji Chang's has been annoyed by these trivial accounts these days. If he really wants to manage the accounts, these things will naturally not trouble him, but he likes to be lazy and wants to get rid of them when he finds an opportunity. When he threw it out, he didn't forget to beep twice, although the crew is only ours now, but as time goes by, there will be more outsiders. Of all the brothers, I trust you the most, and I can only make friends with you. There you go. Of course, he still understands that if you want a horse to run, you have to feed it. Just work hard and I'll give you the accountant's salary alone. Lao Wu squeezed the small book in his hand tightly, and his eyes filled with tears. It's brother Zi. I will never betray your trust. He wished he could swear to the sky, brother Zi, you can test me at will in the future. It will never happen like last time. Won't happen again. Ji Chang spent a day as a Chang's brand teacher today. He was so dizzy that he couldn't keep up with the rhythm. He was stunned for a few seconds before he realized that the test Lao Wu mentioned was that the original owner had taken away the money. Hey, look. He has forgotten about his round hole. This shows how difficult it is to teach a group of laymen. No, you still have to think of something else. Ji Chang's mind was spinning fast, and he thought of a way to make Lao Wu drive in the other direction without spending any effort. At the entrance of the expensive hotel, 7 students who would not have no place to stay for the next 2 days because their rooms were extended until the day after tomorrow were looking up at Tian Tian with blank expressions. Smith was arrested, and they were treated as victims. After telling what they knew, they were naturally released. After the police comrades understood the ins and outs, they even made a phone call to the school for them to explain. Logically speaking, they should go back. But now it's holiday, and I definitely can't go back to school. As for going back home, before going out, I was selected as the translator and tour guide for international friends because of my excellent grades. Everyone felt a little proud in their hearts, so they all called to follow. The family said it. The family was pleasantly surprised, and maybe they followed the neighbors and boasted about it, but then they went back in despair, saying that their international friends were actually international liars. It's obvious that they weren't the ones who did the wrong thing, but they still feel like they're shameless. Therefore, as soon as Ji Chang's call came, the 7 silly spores who had no idea what to do next immediately ran to the door and waited obediently. The car stopped, and when it drove away again, there were 7 more polite students in the car mixed with a bunch of younger brothers. As soon as I sat down, I raised my eyes and saw the many tall and fierce-looking people in the car. I could only continue not to show my cowardice for fear of others, the 7 young men said. They shrank in silence. The younger brothers knew that these were their brother Zi's classmates, all educated people who had gone to university, and they were afraid that they would look down on them, so they shrank without leaving any trace. No one in the 2 groups dared to speak. They waited until they reached the place before they all jumped out of the car like some ferocious beast was chasing after them. The 7 people who originally wanted to jump out of the car saw that the 70 or 80 people filled up the entire courtyard almost in the blink of an eye, and sat back silently. Ruan Hung tensed up. Nagaze, you're really awesome. Although he is an expert in gossip, he knows that Ji Chang's has a lot of people, but this is the first time I have had close contact with these people. Oh my god, they are all so fierce. How did Ji Chang subdue them? Ruan Hung whispered the information he had found out. I heard that Nagaze was very rude to his younger brothers. It seems that the information is wrong. You can slap them just by picking this up. If you were Ji Chang's, would they dare to be rude? Among these dozens of people, the one they were least afraid of was the 5-year-old Zhao Xiaomei. Several people didn't dare to say anything or move. They only dared to ask Zhao Xiaomei in a low voice when she ran to the car to play, "Little sister, is the biggest person here?" Ji Chang's. Zhao Xiaomei nodded obediently. Yes, we all listen to Brother Nagaze. Brother Nagaze is the best. Ruan Hung nodded. breathed a sigh of relief, and said to the people next to him, "It seems that Nagaze also has a relationship with them. Yes, he must be gentle." Before he finished speaking, Ji Chang's voice came from in front, "Don't go into the kitchen if you don't know how to cook. Help. Go, go, go out." Xiao Hu, who looked like he could beat 5 Ji Changs by himself, was kicked out with an annoyed look on his face. Ruan hung. Other people. "No, Ji Chang's is so fierce, and he doesn't seem to be good at fighting. How on earth does he maintain his status?" Ji Chang's left the kitchen fiercely, jumped into the car and sat next to them. "What are you doing? You are sitting here like quails." Before the 7 people could reply, another old man jumped on the car. Taking advantage of his break, he took the time to read the account book carefully. The joy of being recognized made him want to immediately make strong contributions to Ji Chang's and the crew. So in the evening, when Ji Chang's took them by car back to the place he rented for these boys to rest, Lao Wu, who had successfully integrated into his accountant identity, was still giving him careful advice. "Don't the crew have to spend money every day? Renting a house is also a lot of money. Why don't we just live on the second floor of the unfinished building? It's not like the brothers have never slept in unfinished buildings. There are also unfinished buildings in mountain cities. Young people always like to take risks everywhere, and they often go to places like this. It's not uncommon for me to make a bet with someone and sleep in a dilapidated building for a night." Ji Chang's firmly disagreed. "No, it's too humid over there. It's fine during the day, but I definitely can't rest there at night. I feel bad if something goes wrong." Wu was extremely moved. "Brother Zi, I didn't expect you to think about us so much. It doesn't matter to us. We are all young men. What are you afraid of with this little moisture?" Ji Chang's glanced at him inexplicably. "Who said it's for you? I'm here for the equipment. Those equipment can't withstand moisture. If such an expensive thing breaks, I'll be heartbroken." Lao Wu. Other people. Ah, the familiar Ji Chang's is still there. Just when the 7 of them thought that Lao Wu was going to feel chilled, they saw him nodding, jumping out of the car, clapping his hands, and speaking loudly while others were paying attention to him. "Everyone, I just suggested to Brother Zi that we live in an unfinished building to save money. Do you know what Brother Zi told me? He said it was too humid and he was worried that the big guys would be uncomfortable living there. He also said that it's okay to spend more money for everyone. Although renting a house is expensive, it can buy everyone a healthy body, so Brother Zi is satisfied. Let's talk. Should we thank Brother Zi properly?" The younger brothers were immediately moved and nodded loudly, "Yes. Thank you Brother Zi." 7 people. "Okay, now we know where the source is. These people don't even need Ji Chang's to do anything. They can brainwash themselves." The author has something to say. The update on the 12th is not finished yet, there are still more. It's about 3 o'clock, little angels, go to bed early and watch it tomorrow. He will be updated for free and the fastest. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, CleverProtagonist. Chapter 399. After discovering the essence of the younger brothers, the 7 of them were no longer so afraid of them. They even feel that they can eat at the same table with their younger brothers without feeling panic in their hearts. The feeling of wanting to rub oil on the soles of their feet anytime and anywhere is gone. After finishing the meal happily, Kuiju asked Ji Chang Zi, "By the way, Brother Zi, why did you call us here? Do you want our help?" "Yes, something happened." Ji Chang's was not polite to them either. "Isn't it summer vacation? You guys should have nothing to do when you go home, so how about you stay here and help me?" The 7 people had all been taken care of, fooled, by him before. When he spoke, there was no reason why they should not accept it. They all had a smile on their faces. "Okay, What can I do to help you? Just say it. Ji Chang's pointed to a group of big men behind him. Help me lead them. 7 people. The smiles on their faces gradually disappeared, and even their words became a bit stuttering. Take, who should you take? Ruanhong couldn't believe what he understood. Oh, I know. You're talking about that little sister, right? No, it's just my little brothers. Ji Chang sighed, and said to them in a very friendly tone, as you know, the younger brothers, are naive, stupid, and have no academic qualifications, but they are indeed good children. 7 people. They turned their necks almost creakingly to see the good boys behind Ji Chang's, who were all muscular, either with short or flat hair, and could eat 3 bowls of rice by themselves. However, their classmate Ji Chang's didn't seem to think that what he said was wrong at all, and continued, the child is a good child, but it is too difficult to teach. Obviously you can learn it by just reading the book and practicing it. I have said that so many times, but they still can't learn it, so. Ruanhong's body froze, and his voice became stiff, so. Ji Chang's tone was relaxed and natural. So I thought of a good way and let you teach me. He said that it was not because he was afraid of hard work, but because it happened for a reason. They are really too stupid. I'm really worried that I won't be able to teach them enough to knock them down with bricks, so I can only leave it to you. 7 people. So you don't have to worry about us teaching them. None of them will be able to learn blood. The higher UPS are bringing bricks down? Are they going to knock us? They all want to save face. Even if they don't want to teach, they don't want to reveal that they are afraid of these children. I can only desperately make excuses. Actually, let's do it. We only know how to study. I remember you want to make a movie, right? We don't know how to do this either. Boom. Ji Chang's picked up a pile of books from under the dining table and said with a smile, it doesn't matter, I bought all the books. I believe that with your excellence, as long as you read them carefully, you will definitely be able to learn them. Ruanhong opened his mouth. Before, my mother asked me to go back to the field to help. Ji Chang's, it's okay. I called your family before I went to find you. I heard that you are going to stay in the capital to make a movie. My uncles and aunts are very happy. By the way, he took out a pile of money and said, of course I don't let you work for free. The money that should be paid will still be given to you. As I said before, their families are basically ordinary, and some of them are poor. Otherwise, Smith and the others wouldn't be able to notice anything wrong even though they were strung on a vine like gourd dolls. Although Ji Chang's expected to use people as his boss, he had one advantage, that is, he would give back as much benefit as he did to people. Otherwise, if you just order people without paying them, and just work overtime without paying them, isn't that unethical? Although he is indeed quite wicked. After taking out the money, he still didn't move after seeing several people, but his eyes hesitated. Ji Chang's added slowly, this money is for one person. After 2 months of work, you can get this much salary. 7 people. Are you so prepared? Are you fully prepared? Are you really giving no excuses at all? Ji Chang's, what are you doing? 7 people, do it. Ji Chang's continued to add, if you teach a person well, you can get a job. For every person you teach well, the salary can be increased by 1/10. 1/10 sounds like a lot, but it's nothing. There are only a dozen or so people with acting talent who need to learn other things on the crew, and 1 point for 7 people is enough. Upon hearing this, the 7 people's eyes changed when they looked at the gang. If I had to describe it, it would probably be full of strong welcome and expectation. Mainly not because of money. They just love teaching students. The boys who were immersed in eating and working conscientiously as cooks suddenly felt a chill on the backs of their necks. They touched their necks and looked up stupidly, meeting 7 eyes that seemed to be glowing green. Brothers. Faced with the natural awe of intellectuals and intellectuals, they did not dare to say anything. They lowered their heads and continued to eat. After eating for a while, they realized that they were still being watched, so they turned around with their rice bowls in hand. It feels a bit like an ostrich. Of course, the outstanding academic performance of the 7 students is not just due to their talent. There are so many capable college students these days. It is natural that their ability to stand out depends not only on their ability to read. In order to quickly make money for these little people, no, they were students. Not only did they study those books day and night, they also did not hesitate to disguise themselves and go to other crews to steal their teachers. Ji Chang's vision is still very good. Although these 7 are a bit silly, they are really serious about learning the professional field. They forget to eat and sleep. Before teaching others, they must first learn clearly for themselves and explore it carefully before coming back to teach their younger brothers. The boys who were selected to study various majors were dumbfounded. Originally, when Ji Chang's and his people were practicing their acting skills there, they were still glad that they didn't have to go into battle. But in the blink of an eye, they were even worse off than their brothers who were practicing their acting skills. In particular, there were a few werewolves, and I directly spent money to bring them together. I packed them up and sent them to other crews for training. The main reason is that time is tight. The summer vacation is only 2 months. They have no time to learn slowly. They can only learn theoretical knowledge while practicing teaching. And those who are in great need of professionalism are not possible. For example, photographers are not something that a layman can learn right away. There are also some other things. Ji Chang's went to the talent market and squatted for a few days, picking up a few in turn. When everyone in the crew was immersed in the pleasant learning atmosphere, Lao Wu looked at the account book and his expression looked wrong. He almost cried and ran to Ji Chang's, "Boss, we don't have much money left, what should we do?" In order to be worthy of his status as an accountant, Lao Wu specially bought an abacus to calculate accounts. The abacus was shiny and gold, and it really looked like a gold abacus. When he is free every day, he just takes his abacus and does calculations. He practices his hand speed on the abacus. Even when everyone distributes lunch boxes, he has to do a good calculation. As a result, when Ji Chang saw Lao Wu, the sound of a plank popping up in his mind. No money? How much is left? Ji Chang's didn't ask why. He didn't have any money before the official shooting. After all, the crew is like this, so many people eat it. Drinking Lhasa every day is nothing. It's enough even if you don't do any expenses. Lao Wu handed him the account book with a grimace. That's all that's left. Ji Chang's didn't panic at all. It's okay, I have a solution. Of course, it's impossible for him to really sit back and have nothing, he just couldn't care about it for a while. In the afternoon, Ji Chang's ran out to solicit sponsorship. In today's entertainment industry, the way people do sponsorships is relatively straightforward and simple. Usually the sponsor's father gives money, and then during the harvest season, the sponsor's father distributes the money. Or the sponsor's father would give money to recruit one of his own to the crew. Ji Chang's lamented that it was still a relatively simple and unconventional era. He is different, he likes routines. Kuiju followed Ji Chang's around, always feeling uncertain. "Brother Zi, can we make it?" "It can be done, but the money won't go to outsiders. I've already decided who will take advantage of it." Ji Chang's and Kuiju went to several companies but were rejected. He was not in a hurry, nor did he feel uncomfortable. He was still carefree. Seeing that Kuiju was afraid that he would be frustrated, he still found time to comfort the other party. "Don't worry, I have already expected that they are not willing to cooperate with us." Kuiju felt that he was being tough. If he really guessed that those companies were unwilling to cooperate with them, why would Ji Chang's have to ask for trouble and let others reject him? "Brother Zi, Didn't you say you had decided who would pick you up? Why? Why didn't you go directly to that person? Ji Changs, what did I say before? Supply and demand. If you take the initiative, then you are the one who needs it. You have to wait until someone else takes the initiative. Kuiju now understands the relationship between supply and demand. He could even vaguely guess who Ji Changs was planning to cooperate with. After all, the other party only knew one Mr. Jin in the entire capital. He just didn't understand, but when it comes to this kind of cooperation, it doesn't matter who speaks first, right? Didn't you save Mr. Jin's life by some mistake before? If you open your mouth, he will definitely agree. Ji Changs glanced at Kuiju, you are still too young. He was thinking, train Kuiju, but he wouldn't mind teaching him. I'll tell you some tips for getting along with people. If someone owes you a favor and you're willing to have a long-term relationship with that person, you'd better show your face in front of him. Opportunity to need help. Let others take this opportunity to return the favor, and you will get along more happily. Kuiju didn't quite understand, you just come to the door and ask someone to return the favor? Isn't that possible? No, if it's not necessary, don't repay a favor. Then it will just change from you helping me and I helping you to an exchange of interests, and it will be a success. Although Mr. Jin is not the kind to care about these things. Yes, but since we can let him take the initiative to provide help in times of need, why should we go? We are looking for fire in winter. How people get along with each other is always so complicated. A benefactor who had saved his life came to ask for help. When I encountered a problem with a benefactor who had saved my life, I realized that magic soldiers descended from the sky to help. The feeling brought to Mr. Jin between the two is definitely different. For the first time, he will not have any negative emotions, and he will feel happy that he has helped. But the second one will definitely give him a sense of self-satisfaction, and his favorable impression of Ji Changs will exceed 200. Looking back, let's assume that the cooperation between Ji Changs and Mr. Jin is successful. One is Ji Chang's EQ, and the cooperation finally came to a successful conclusion. The other is that Ji Changs had no intention of disturbing Mr. Jin, but Mr. Jin was grateful to the other party for saving his life and taking the initiative to cooperate and finally achieved great success. The two give people a different feeling. Both methods are fine for Ji Changs. But for Mr. Jin, it can definitely bring him a lot of positive emotions and a positive image. And looking back, assuming that Ji Changs deliberately traveled all over the capital to knock on the doorsteps of other companies but failed to do so, Mr. Jin finally won the project and was successful. Those companies that were almost able to cooperate with us lost a lot of money and failed to be the first to eat crabs. They watched helplessly while others got rich. Will they feel heartbroken or regret it? Kuiju nodded with dull eyes, definitely. Yes. Then? That's it? Ji Changs continued. In addition, add life-saving benefactor returning favor but reaping big benefits. Several companies missed out on gold mines, information that is most likely to be used as a gimmick by media reporters, and just wait, it will be absolutely overwhelming by then. It's all about the news. Even though we actually don't make much money, the media won't care about this. They just know that this is good news that can attract attention and make the news. He only knows how to help us hype in various ways. In this way, not only will Mr. Jin get a good evaluation of his kindness and insight, but we will also quickly gain attention. The most important thing in the entertainment industry is fame. Once you have fame, no matter which direction you go in the future. All very simple. Kuiju was already a muggle. He looked at Ji Changs as if he were looking at an alien. This is too much. He knew before that Ji Changs saw things clearly and saw people even more clearly, so he could expose the deception and deceive each one accurately. But when I actually saw Ji Changs taking one step at a time and counting every step accurately, I still felt a bit shocked. Kuiju couldn't hold it back and asked a sole question. You are so powerful, why don't you just do business? If you do business, you will definitely become a rich man. Ji Chang's, I'm so good, I can still become a rich man if I make movies. Kuiju. It seems so. What does a person like Ji Chang's do if he fails? And actually, if you think about it carefully, he was really too prejudiced against the other party before. Ji Chang's did lie to his younger brother, but he never concealed it. He does look down on others, but if he puts himself in perspective, Kuiju feels that if he can be so awesome, he probably also thinks that everyone else is a fool. Moreover, Ji Chang's did not harm anyone. According to his ability, it would be easy to deceive people and money like Smith did. He did use some tricks on those younger brothers, but he was also responsible to the end. He brought these people from the mountain city, taught them acting and skills, and helped them make money. Take Lao Wu as an example. Although Ji Chang's is always aggressive towards him, Kuiju sees clearly that even if the crew stops filming in the future, Lao Wu's skills developed by Ji Chang's side will it's enough for him to take and make money. It may be difficult to become rich and wealthy, but it is definitely not a problem to have a stable job throughout your life. You must know that this old five was just a gangster in Shanxi before, and there were other people. Zhao Tian used to work hard, but Ji Chang's asked him to learn lighting, and now he has learned a lot. The situation is here, as long as he is willing to do it in the future, even without Ji Chang's, Zhao Tian will not have to work so hard to move bricks with his still immature body. It is better to teach people to fish than to teach them to fish. Ji Chang Zi Zhenjia did this. He does indeed take one step for 100 steps. It is true that you can lie without blinking an eye and coax people with just one mouth. But he didn't let down anyone who believed in him. Kuiju's gaze gradually softened when he looked at Ji Chang's, as if he were looking at an idol. Brother Zi, I'm really sorry before. I only know about your good intentions today. Even Mr. Jin, who had saved his life and thus had some confidence in coming to ask for help, was concerned about the other person's mood. Ji Chang's is a liar, but he is also a very good person. Ji Chang's, who had to apologize as soon as he took a drink of water, put the water away. Do you really feel sorry for me? Kuiju nodded guiltily. Ji Chang's, then you go and run the company yourself. It's too hot and I don't want to run away. Anyway, just let them know that you are running under the name Ji Chang's. Kuiju. Oh, by the way, bring me a bottle of water when you come back. If I need ice water, please give me the money. In our friendship, it's not too much to ask for a bottle of water. Kuiju, okay. He walked out and didn't react for a long time. How did Ji Chang's do good things while making people think he was a bitch? Mr. Jin doesn't think Ji Chang's is a bitch. He felt that the other party was a very good person. Because of this kidnapping incident, he was seriously injured. The kidnappers didn't beat him, mainly because he didn't eat or drink, and he was scared. When he was rescued, he was fine. Once he arrived, in a safe place, people will not be able to wake up from the fever that night. Mrs. Jin and Miss Jin burst into tears. This kidnapping also frightened them, especially when Mr. Jin came back and they learned that the kidnappers' original plan was to starve each other to death and trap them to death. Even more, gritting one's teeth and fearing. They originally planned to thank the savior together, but when Mr. Jin fell ill, none of them dared to leave, and the family of 3 was admitted directly to the hospital. After waiting for Mr. Jin to wake up, he thought that when he was in better health, the whole family would visit him to express his gratitude. His daughter's playmates were all second generation and well informed, so she told her father directly. It was said that the savior's crew had no money and was in the capital looking for companies with physical products to discuss cooperation. What is it said to be? Inserting advertisements into movies to promote the products of those companies. Product placement in TV series and movies at the moment. It hasn't appeared in China yet, and everyone uses advertising time simply and straightforwardly to advertise. Product placement in movies sounds unreliable to many people. People watch movies and TV shows mainly for the plot. Who cares about what you eat, drink, and use? Even if you have seen it, is it possible that you can still watch the movie? Just go and buy it? Moreover, when advertisements are shown in movies, do others pay attention to the plot or the advertisements? Of course, it is better to place advertisements directly on the TV, but then? This is the advertising time specially used for advertisements. Because no one in China has done this before, naturally no one is willing to spend money to do it. Spend money to appear in a movie just for the name of your brand. So, isn't it a big mistake? When Mr. Jin heard this, he was immediately happy. Isn't this just a child who is short of money and has no choice but to come up with imaginative ways to earn investment? Find me. I can do it. Mr. Jin was very excited. At this moment, he is the white snake who repays his kindness. There is a snail with a 10th level nanny certificate in the squatting shell. I can't wait to leave and rush to Ji Changzi. Ba. Kong me. Look. What a qualified victim I am. The author has something to say. Second update. Good night. Bahi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 400. Everything was as Ji Chang's expected. In order to repay his kindness, Mr. Jin wanted to rush to him and give him a pile of money for free. Mr. Jin is really not short of money. When it comes to business acumen, he can't say he doesn't have it, but he definitely doesn't have that much. With such a big family fortune, one reason is that he can endure hardships, and the other thing is that he is lucky and has caught up with the tide of the times. And got into the car in a daze. Although he is very prosperous now, Ji Chang's only sees him because he doesn't know what to invest in, so he invests in the entertainment industry while buying a bunch of houses in the capital. He knows that Mr. Jin, who is very lucky, will only be more prosperous in the future. Not short of money, he put on a posture of no matter how much money you spend, I can afford it and it doesn't matter if you ask me for money, I'm not an outsider. Some people almost thought Ji Chang's was him. The illegitimate child outside. How could anyone be so happy to be taken advantage of? If it weren't for Mr. Jin's old-fashioned appearance, he was still less than 40 this year and couldn't give birth to a son as old as Ji Chang's. I'm afraid Ji Chang's would have had multiple fathers appear out of thin air. Ji Chang's was prepared for Mr. Jin's attitude and was not surprised. Although the other person said, it doesn't matter whether your project can help me make money or not. What's important is that I can use this as an excuse to give you money, but he still seriously asked Mr. Jin for it. For an industrial product under his name, he seriously began to study how to help him maximize advertising in movies. The first person to eat crabs always gets the cheapest and meatiest ones. The first person to advertise can always reap results far beyond imagination. After all, advertising will only annoy people if there are too many, but if such a novel way of advertising has never appeared before, I am afraid that even if it appears many times, others will only find it interesting and fun. Don't worry, Mr. Jin, we will definitely advertise well and try to double your product sales after the movie is broadcast. Ji Chang's didn't say anything too sure, he only said a doubling rate. After all, he hadn't seen the results before, so he felt it was better to be more modest. However, he deliberately lowered the result and said it twice to Mr. Jin. However, the young man had never experienced hardships before and knew nothing, so he could say these words easily. There are still quite a few small industrial companies under his name, mainly engaged in food, but they have always been neither warm nor hot. Mr. Jin doesn't care. After all, as long as he can make money, making more or less money doesn't mean much to him now. Unless he makes a lot of money or loses a lot, his attention will be drawn to decide what to do next. The product he chose this time was the chili sauce he picked out at random. The brand uses the name of his food company, Jinshan Chili Sauce. This chili sauce is sold in general and can earn him a little money. The taste is very suitable for Mr. Jin, the boss, and he always has it at home. Because of this, he can think of using this as an advertising product. It's okay, there's no need to be too stressed, just a little advertising will be fine. Ji Chang's is so sure. Mr. Jin is still afraid that he will be mentally unstable when he sees the result because he is too confident. He was vaccinated in advance. The sales of this chili sauce have been average. Even if the movie doesn't sell well, it doesn't matter. Ji Chang seemed to have not heard the meaning of Mr. Jin's words. He was still studying something with a serious face. After finishing the study, he said to the other party, "Wait for me a moment. In fact, sales it can be calculated, I can just do the math." Mr. Jin: "No, the movie hasn't been aired yet, how can we calculate the sales? You don't even know how many movie tickets you can sell, right?" But he was grateful to Ji Chang's. Although he felt that this behavior was a bit incomprehensible, he was willing to wait quietly beside him. Kuiju, who came specially to serve tea, saw Mr. Jin sitting alone. Ji Chang's was writing something on the paper, and he helped explain a little embarrassedly. "Don't worry about it, Brother Ze is like that. He is very good at counting. Since the filming started, he has to calculate every day. The crew also calculates the box office almost every day." Mr. Jin: "Can the box office be calculated as well? Brother Ze took us to record the traffic of major movie theaters. Based on the traffic of people in the capital and the traffic of other cities, we can roughly calculate a guaranteed minimum traffic of people in other cities." Kuiju was put under control by Ji Chang's, and he answered very happily, "Everything has a probability. As long as the probability is accurate, and if nothing major happens and the traffic flow does not change much, it can be calculated." Of course, they didn't know which movie Ji Chang's was targeting. After all, the movie hasn't been finished yet. I'm afraid only Ji Chang's can be so confident and start classifying his own movies. And popularity too. Mr. Jin seemed to be listening to a book from heaven. In his whole life, he has never heard such unreliable things. The box office can be calculated before the movie is finished, and the consequences of product placement that have never appeared before can also be calculated based on the box office. Do all college students nowadays play such big games? He was nagging in his heart, but he didn't want his savior to feel underestimated, so he nodded and smiled very cooperatively. Kuiju was a little surprised when he saw him like this. After all, although what Ji Chang said was well-founded and he took them to do experiments together, a few of them did not see the results. They always felt that the big data and probability science mentioned by Ji Chang's were like a book from heaven. How is it possible that the results can be predicted in advance before things are done? Well, they are humans and not gods. Although he always followed Ji Chang's actions honestly because he admired him, Kuiju actually didn't agree with those ideas in his heart. As a result, when he talked to Mr. Jin like this today, this really rich boss actually showed an expression of trust and recognition. Kuiju, who had always felt that his idea was right, began to hesitate and feel confused. After all, no matter how good his grades are, he is still only in his early 20s. He instinctively feels that successful people have better vision and knowledge reserves than himself. Now that Mr. Jin agrees so much, could it be that what Brother Ze said was really not nonsense but that they were too ignorant to understand it? Kuiju murmured in his heart, and while Ji Chang's was calculating, he carefully began to tell Mr. Jin one by one what the other party had told him before, but he thought it was fantasy. Brother Zee said that the first time product placement is certain to be a big success. After the movie is played, some viewers may even buy it without paying attention to the taste of the chili sauce. What is this called? The fan effect? Mr. Jin nodded and smiled, thinking about the fan effect. Are you a fan of hot and sour food? Speaking of which, the hot and sour rice noodles are indeed delicious. If you add sour bamboo shoots to it, the taste will be amazing. Seeing that he actually smiled in agreement, Kuiju continued, Brother Zee also said that after the movie is broadcast, many people will probably learn from him to implant advertisements, but the more others implant advertisements, the less we implant too much, the more people will feel that our movies are of high quality. Mr. Jin nodded and smiled. Sour bamboo shoots are actually good to eat on their own, and they seem to be even better when put in instant noodles. If you can, just eat them. You can eat it with rice, but is it a bit too dry? Kuiju was surprised. Mr. Jin actually agrees with Brother Zee's words so much. He raised his eyes carefully and asked tentatively, Brother Zee said that the movie market will expand rapidly with the development of technology. At that time, there will not be only a small number of people going to the movies like now, but most people will choose to go to the movies in their free time. We go to the cinema to kill time, so we need to seize the market quickly. Do you think he is right? Mr. Jin nodded and smiled, yes, young people have good ideas. He took some time to think about it. Ji Chang's thought was quite beautiful. He actually had such a magical idea. He didn't even think about how most Chinese people would have the money to go to the movies. The reason why the entertainment industry is hugely profitable is not because the market is large, but because China has a large population. Even if only a small portion of the people who can afford movie tickets are enough, it will still be enough for people in the entertainment industry. So, young people, their ideas are wild and unconstrained. But Ji Chang's is his savior, and of course he will not undermine his savior, so he should think about what goes well with rice. His favorite is braised pork, which is sweet but not greasy, fat but not oily. Pour the soup on the rice, it's a great feeling. Very good, why not have braised pork with rice tonight? Thinking about it, Mr. Jin showed a satisfied smile. Kuiju looked at him from the side and smiled proudly, not knowing what he thought of, and a wild and arrogant voice suddenly came to his mind. Yes, this is how the market will be in the future. This is called the vision of a big boss. Kuiju. He looked at Mr. Jin, then at Ji Chang's, and suddenly realized. So is this the world of the boss? Ji Chang's had already figured it out while they were saying these 2 or 3 sentences. It is quite easy for him to calculate these things. Although Mr. Jin may not necessarily do it after getting the result, but since he knows it, of course he must give the funder's father a warning in advance. Look, Mr. Jin, your inventory must be kept at this amount, otherwise I'm afraid the supply will be insufficient, and even working overtime will not be enough. Mr. Jin took the notebook handed over by Ji Chang's and looked at the final figures on it, deeply realizing how dare young people think. He asked tactfully, are there a few extra zeros? Then he suddenly realized, did you forget to mark the decimal point? However, Ji Chang's firmly shook his head. He shook his head and said, that's the number I came up with. If Mr. Jin doesn't want to have a hard time making money when the position is liquidated or watch the money slip away, he'd better be prepared in advance. Mr. Jin. He actually wanted to say that it would be okay if he didn't prepare. Ji Chang's product placement could help him sell 1% more sales than usual. He was thankful to God. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he saw the young man in front of him looking at him with clear and determined eyes. His heart suddenly softened. This kid also genuinely wants to help him make a lot of money. Although it is wrong to underestimate one's own strength, isn't that the case for all young people? When the words came to his lips, he swallowed them again. He coughed dryly, "Okay, I'll make preparations when I get back." He also wrote a plan in front of Ji Chang's in a decent manner. The raw materials are not expensive. If you buy the raw materials, you can do it a few months in advance. It should be no problem. Anyway, it's just a full set of acting. The child is so sincere because he wants to repay his investment. If he doesn't show that he trusts the other person, what should Ji Chang's do if his self-esteem is damaged? With an expression like "Yes, I believe you, I think you really have this ability," Mr. Jin exchanged some pleasantries with Ji Chang's before standing up to leave. When he got home, he put the plan on the table and went upstairs to take a shower. It's a bit hard to brag with the children today. He needs to have a good sleep. Ms. Jin came back from the acting training class outside and saw a piece of paper on the table. Curiously, she stepped forward and picked it up to read it. Future plans for Jinshan chili sauce. Isn't this kind of stuff always kept in a folder in the study, waiting for someone below to come and take it away? Will the general manager they hired then issue instructions based on the plan of Mr. Jin, the chairman? Why is such an important thing on the table? While practicing her acting skills with various expressions on her face, she took the plan and put it in the folder in the study room, and then went back to her room to practice. Mr. Jin went downstairs after taking a shower. He didn't see it and didn't pay attention to it. He just thought that his family had thrown it away and went to sleep humming a song. Half a month later, he looked at the pile of ingredients for making chili sauce in front of him and fell into deep thought. No, hasn't he always been lucky? Where did this thing come from? Could it be that bad luck finally couldn't bear it anymore and came to find him? Ji Chang's didn't know yet that Mr. Jin would have to start thinking about making chili sauce. The people below him had almost learned the lesson, and some scenes that didn't really need the protagonist had been filmed. It was time for the heroine to appear. He had planned to call the other party before, but he didn't expect that the younger brother was a little difficult to teach, so he had to put it aside for the time being. After struggling for so long, he finally got on the right track. If the film doesn't go well, he, the chief director, will have to go to school. The author has something to say. First update. There will be updates around 2 o'clock, Lily is free and the fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tan Zhongmao. Chapter 401. The first thing Ji Chang's asked when he called his first love was, "Are your parents at home?" It's not that he prefers chatting with his first love's parents than talking to his first love, but as far as he knows, his first love's parents may be more conservative in their thinking because they are teachers. There may not be any big problems in daily interactions, but because they are daughters, they are more strict in controlling their daughters. For example, you should not go home later than 7 p.m. You must inform your parents when you go out to play with friends during holidays. You are not allowed to fall in love before you go to college. If you have friends with men after you go to college, they will also ask carefully. In another 10 or 20 years, their way of controlling their daughter may seem very strict, but now, it is not so out of the ordinary. Ji Chang's could see clearly that they did not control their daughter out of desire for control, but because they were afraid that she would be harmed. After all, as teachers, they had seen too many young girls who had suffered abortions due to the corruption of the external environment or early love. It is precisely because I have seen so much that I can see clearly. Men definitely have an advantage in this regard. After all, even if they make a little girl pregnant, they are not the ones who have the abortion, nor are they the ones who suffer the gossip. On the contrary, they may become the target of being considered powerful by their friends. In the future, when I grow up and go on blind dates locally, even the introducer will not think it is a big deal. At most, he will say lightly that he was young and ignorant and made his girlfriend pregnant. If it were a girl, if her blind date heard that she had had an abortion before, she would definitely be criticized. The parents of an only child inevitably have to be careful, for fear that their daughter will be ruined in this way. It's just day and night defense, it's hard to guard against domestic thieves. No matter how defensive they are against the people outside, they are not so defensive against the original owner who they think is big. After all, just like his own daughter, he grew up from a baby under their noses, and he was not much different from his own nephew. As a result, the original owner just bypassed the two of them and coaxed Julian into letting him do it without telling her. He also used the parents' previous strict discipline to get Julian to promise not to reveal the news of their relationship. One can imagine how difficult it is for the first love classmate to enter the entertainment industry when he grew up in an environment where he was scolded for returning home late. In the original timeline, she didn't know how much she had to pay to get her parents to recognize the career she had longed for since she was a child, but she was so easily destroyed by the original owner. Got a clean slate. Ji Chang's withdrew his thoughts and listened to the slightly doubtful voice of his first love. They're not here. Do you have anything to do with them? They seem to have gone to your house. How about I call them over to listen to the call? Need not. Ji Chang's recalled the appearance of the original owner in front of his first love, and said with a smile, I just made sure they were there, lest they hear what I said and blame me for kidnapping their precious daughter. Her first love blushed. She was always easily amused in front of the people she liked. It's been so long, and you still don't dare to tell my parents. Her name is Rongan, and you can tell from her name that more than anything else, her parents only want her to be safe. It doesn't matter if you're not smart, it doesn't matter if you're not beautiful, as long as you are healthy and safe. Ji Chang's followed the original owner's words again. Let's wait until we graduate from college. I guess by the time we graduate from college, we will be adults in their eyes, and they won't break my legs by then. After he finished joking, he calmed down his playful tone and started talking about business. You should know about my movie, right? We are short of a younger version of the heroine. Do you think you can come? Heroine. Rongan has always liked acting. She lived at her grandma's house for a while when she was a child. There were no cinemas in the countryside, but sometimes movies would be shown in the village. Black and white movies were played in the open space, with villagers carrying benches to sit in front of, children running around, and people from the next village who had received the news carrying poles to sell snacks. After the movie starts, children usually choose their own seats to sit down. Because they are short, they usually sit in the front, watching the scenes mesmerizingly. That was Rongan's first exposure to movies. From that day on, her dream was to be an actress. Play another person and make the audience laugh and cry because of this person. Rongan did mention his dream to his parents. At first, his parents didn't take it seriously and just treated it as a child's joke. When she seriously expressed that she wanted to go to a film and television school, she happened to encounter a case of assault against an actress. The incident was very big at the time. It was clear that the victim was an actress, but she was inexplicably trying to sue the other party. Died in a car accident. Gossip reporters publicized this matter all over the world. Even if the actress was not from mainland China, the darkness in the entertainment industry was exposed more and more under the push of gossip reporters. How could Rongan's parents let their daughter enter such a place? Rongan failed to apply for the film and television school as he wished, and he knew deep down that his father. For her own good, the mother could only hide her goals from childhood to adulthood. She would only tell her inner thoughts when facing her childhood sweetheart, Ji Chang's. She has been quietly paying attention to the news in the entertainment industry, and she naturally knows how incredible it is for someone who has never formally acted before to get the role of the heroine as soon as she comes up. Rongan himself didn't believe it if Ji Chang's didn't choose her because of their relationship. She liked acting, but she didn't want to delay Ji Chang's career, so she quickly rejected the offer. I've never been in an acting role before, so how could I get one? She's the heroine, so you'd better find someone else. 80% of the actors in my crew have never acted before. The young heroine and the middle-aged heroine are all acting for the first time. What's the big deal? Ji Changs could also roughly guess what Rong An was thinking. She was a good girl and a very considerate person. She is more unwilling to cause trouble than to realize her dream. He sighed deliberately, with a hint of embarrassment in his tone, and I didn't expect that the crew would need so much money to film the movie. Money is tight now. I can't even hire extras, let alone a young and beautiful actress. On the other end of the phone, Rong An's tone was hesitant. Is this so? But I've never taken a photo before, I'm afraid. That's better than pulling one from the street now. Ji Changs added to the fire and said softly as if he was tired, Anan, you are the only one who can help me now. As soon as the special move came out, Rong An agreed without hesitation for long. Well, then I'm going to pack my bags and set off today. My parents have always refused to allow me to go filming because they were afraid that I would be bullied. If they know that you are the chief director, they should agree, right? Her tone was uncertain. Rong's father and Rong's mother didn't know that their daughter had already stupidly packed up and left home, and they were still trying to persuade the neighbors at Ji's house. This neighbor is naturally Ji's father and Ji's mother. Ji's father felt worried when he thought about his son these days. Tell me, he's a student from a prestigious university, why is he going to film a movie or join in the fun? And filming? Doesn't he know how chaotic the entertainment industry is? Rong's father handed him a cup of tea. Calm down and be calm. Children are older and they always have their own ideas. Besides, isn't the entertainment industry now clean? It's not as chaotic as it was back then. Father Ji slapped the table. Then he can't make his own decisions like that, he is still a child. He created such a big stall. I'll see how he ends up. Rong's father, relax, calm down, drink a cup of tea to calm down. Old Ji, Nagasawa is already in his 20s and has grown up. We already had 2 children at that time. Don't always look at people with the eyes of a child. Rong's mother patted Ji's mother's hand comfortingly and advised Ji's father, when the children grow up, it's time to let them go and let them fly. When they are a few years old, you protect them. When they are teenagers, you protect them. Guard, you're already over 20 years old, and you're still holding him captive? That's not good. Yes. Rong's father and his wife sang together, we are teachers, and we know best that children of this age should go out and work hard. This is called growth. I think Nagasawa is very good and very motivated. He started making movies before he graduated from college. Then look at our family Anan, who is about the same age as Nagasawa and can only study hard now. If my daughter had you, Zhang Ziyi's ability makes me laugh even in my dreams. Ji's father was persuaded by the 2 people for a long time, and his anger subsided a little. But I still feel a sense of suffocation in my heart. Then just let him be in the capital? This is the first time in his life that he is so far away from us. Rong's father, relax, calm down, drink a cup of tea to calm down. When children grow up, they always have to travel far away. It's a good thing to go out more and gain more experience, Rong's mother said reasonably and well-founded, and didn't he bring some friends he knew? Then. There are many people taking care of you, so what are you afraid of? Rong's father answered, no, the capital is not far away. If you miss him, just give him a call. He is such an old man and he doesn't need his parents to accompany him like a child. Ji's father was still sulking, but Ji's mother was convinced. Hey, that's what you said. When the children grow up, they will have to leave home. Ji's father was annoyed, what a big fart. He is 70 or 80 years old, and he is also my son. Rong's father, relax, calm down, drink a cup of tea to calm down. Ji's father rolled his eyes at him, old Rong, can you stop saying this all the time? Isn't this advising you to calm down? The two have been good friends for so many years, and Rong's father and Ji's father spoke naturally and casually. How many times have I told you that the most important thing in life is to be calm, keep calm at all times? Look at you, you are shouting and your voice is so high. At our age, we have to be calm and steady no matter what happens, and our tone does not fluctuate, and everything will be solved naturally. Saying that, Rong's father picked up the tea. He took a leisurely sip from the cup and said, "Come on, follow me, sit down slowly, take a deep breath, take a breath, take another breath, take a breath, and then..." Squeak. The door was gently pushed open from the outside, and Rong carefully poked his head out. When he saw the elders were there, he came in and said hello, uncle, aunt. After saying hello, she looked at her parents and lowered her head a little awkwardly. Mom and Dad, Brother Nagasawa just called and said that he was short of a heroine and asked me if I wanted to go. I agreed to him. Father Rong was completely shocked. What? No. I absolutely disagree. Seeing that he objected without even asking a question, Rong-an's eyes turned red. He lowered his head and said, "Anyway, I have already agreed. Brother Nagasawa will take care of me. I'll go ahead and pack my luggage." Stop. You are still a child. How can you go to the capital? Rong's father stood up suddenly, splitting his throat, and after shouting, his feet were so weak that he almost fell to the ground. Ji's father quickly supported him with quick eyes and hands, looking at his old friend who was about to get angry to the point of death, and then looked at Rong-an's back, wanting to comfort him, but not knowing what to say. After holding it in for a long time, I finally said, calm down, let's have some tea. How about you take a deep breath? The author has something to say. Second update. The landlord wants to sell the house, and I have been looking for a new house these days. My legs are about to break. But, even in such a difficult environment, the cute and charming sugar cat still insists on the second update. Am I awesome? Are you very touched? Do you really want to reward me with a waste of liquid? Bring it on. Throw it to me. I'm ready for it. Bahi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft.